And it is time for TCH Live from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Whitey, the New York Nate, with you once more. Alongside me, I've got Kyle Frisbee.
Great to be here with you again, William.
Great to have you back here.
All right, it's gonna
And
be.
we're going to play some 2-5, no limit Texas Hold'em.
How much is it?
First, we're going to play a bomb pot, as we often do here.
$10 bomb pot.
And get the cards shuffled up. Everyone's antes will come in once they all realize we're playing a bomb pot. $10 bomb pot. $10, 4 cards, 2 boards. Looks like only 5 takers. He has the button. He doesn't want to play the bomb pot. That's the one time you don't skip.
That is definitely the one time you do not do that.
Party foul on seat 3.
Yeah. Maybe a little scar tissue there. Base.
There's a
Have to know how to play bomb pots.
Well, these are interesting flaps. 9-7-6, King 8-6, and let's see. MH has 2 pair, and he's got a spade draw, 4 and a deuce on the turn. So the top board gets even straighter now. Top board right now is looking like Magic, who has a straight. He has the bottom ends of the straight. Makes it $30 on the bottom. He does have a straight draw. MH calls, King, Queen, Jack 8 for him. Gonna miss his spades, but I believe he has just made the top straight, and on the bottom he makes the best hand as well. Kings and Jacks now.
Thank you very much.
Magic pots and gets a fold.
Looks like he did.
I'm confused. I mean, was the hand read correctly, or I mean, did he actually just fold the nuts? I
hope
believe
not.
the other hand was the nuts on top. It's a straight, but it's still the nuts.
That is true.
And you have 3 pair on the bottom.
You may not raise with the nut straight, but you certainly don't fold it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, honestly. Certainly would not be the first time we've gotten fooled by a misread.
Real fun one to watch.
Optimize is going to quickly take our first Hold'em hand.
Huge fold.
Look how fast Jeremy is in the box. I mean, we're still talking about the last hand. He's got the next one dealt out, and he's pushing the next one. We're just realizing it's happened.
What efficiency.
I think some people are just afraid, I guess, of looking dumb on screen. I don't care.
So, William, how many of these players have you played with personally? I've played with several of them.
Yeah, I'd say I've probably played with about 4 of them at various points, 3 or 4 of them.
Same for myself.
Magic going for the 3-bet with the Queen 10.
Were you here for that 6-handed stream?
The 10-4 was just messing
With
around.
Like 2 years ago?
It was like 4 or 5 months ago.
6 players right now. That means that there are seats open. If you happen to be in the Austin area, you want to hop in this game,
Just nothing but 3
get on over here. There might be a seat open for you.
It was before it.
If you can peel yourself away from watching the Chargers and the Jets on the Monday Night Football tonight.
The majestic quarterback play of Zach Wilson.
Yeah,
You can peel yourself away.
and the brilliant coaching of Brandon Staley on the other side.
Right.
Pocket queen.
Kind of curious to see how that game goes, but
MH has a pair.
I saw that. He told me. I was like, what are you doing? And he like,
Don't know if anybody actually wants to put money in.
I was like, yeah. I was like, how can you fold queen? I'm like, I'm never folding queen. What are you doing?
Yeah, very uninspiring run out.
Hey.
Chris and MH. Gonna check it down.
Thank you.
interested to see MH back on the stream. He had a somewhat volatile, but very interesting session last time. I saw him here. Pulled off a couple of serious bluffs, and then also had a bit of a cooler versus another player for a huge pot. So it'll be interesting to see how MH plays. He seems to like to play position, which everyone should. So
Yeah.
this will be interesting.
Three makes it 20.
Uncle T did not put the 10 on. He gets the Jack 10 suited.
7 chimes in for a call.
Magic calling on the button. He's got Uncle T dominated. Chris W getting in there with his Queen 9 defending the big blinds.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
And there's a queen for him. Bah, it's Monday. I can't talk. Everyone checks.
It's supposed to be the chip cart, right?
7 on the turn. Pretty useless turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that holds his cane?
9, that's 35.
Wow.
Yeah, you should.
Just betting and should just get this through.
But I mean, what's all the? I mean, why does he need this much space? He doesn't have that many chips.
He's repping the Buffalo Bills, a team that would currently not make the playoffs.
They have definitely seemed to take a downturn. I saw a headline saying they may have missed their window. I'm not sure about that. They still have an elite quarterback, but
Yeah,
Give yourself a couple more years.
at what point do we start questioning the coach and some of those play calls?
agreed.
Chip mover / cane holder.
I may also be a bitter Gabe Davis fantasy owner.
5 makes it 30.
A big fat 0 from him yesterday, and then I lost by like 2 points.
Yeah, I had my second loss. We talked about this last week, so I was undefeated last week. And now I have 2 losses.
Yeah, I'm in the basement, and it seems like I always make the worst choice when it comes to wide receiver. Every single time.
I'm sorry. You check?
Let's see what do we have here. Uncle T still good with a couple of 6s. Optimize wins with a bet.
Yeah, the C-bet got
2
the time.
overs.
That's his flop. That's not the flop for 6s.
Definitely favored his range. Flip the cards in like he was disappointed with the fold,
Yeah.
as you should.
The day you left.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. I had to leave when I came back and the game was on. I was like, you had to leave for like a dinner or something? Yeah. They were like,
makes it 35,
I sold
8,
my
9, 4.
condo, and the condo people, they had like a goodbye thing going on. So I went over there for like an hour and a half, kind of put experience, and came back.
5 calls. Heads up.
Only action Magic gets is from a hand that dominates him. Just what you want. And
But gets there.
MH has
I think I bubbled the tournament right after.
gotten 3 outed here. Magic flapping top pair.
Came over, like you and Kevin, and we're over at the tournament.
Oh,
wow.
and he gets him right back.
You gotta adjust to the really poor level.
This ace turn.
That tournament?
Magic's 50 got called quickly, and
I suck at tournaments.
his 75 will get
It's
called.
going to smooth call. Oh, wow.
Just in case he didn't feel great, he probably feels better and does not get the 3rd barrel out of Magic,
Wow.
which is interesting because you think the 2nd ace would actually encourage him to bet.
Exactly. Yeah, it's less likely your opponent has an ace when with 2 on the community cards.
That said, what happens if you get check raised, right?
That's when you know you're beat,
Yeah.
technically.
And
Not too many people have that check raise.
well,
As a
more
bluff.
importantly, what happens if you get called? Like aces and better 10s probably. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's many worse 10s that are going to call.
Yeah, they're much deeper. 9 makes it 35. 3 folds. 4 folds, 5 folds. And a fold. Thank you.
The nit raises, you know? Yeah.
I think one common mistake for a lot of amateur players is overvaluing trips
Well, don't
and
give yourself
confusing the strength for the same as a set, which is
Absolutely.
completely different. Still three of a kind, but nowhere near the same strength of hand.
No one can have the same set as you. Someone can have better chips than you. No one's going to have the same set.
Much more disguised, obviously.
Game over there.
Even more important when you're playing PLO. See a battle of ace-tens brewing here.
What is the game tonight? Does anyone know?
What's that?
What's the game tonight? The football game?
Ace-6-5, Primo, they both
No
miss.
draws.
What is the football game? Since high school.
Well, backdoor for James.
He is going to float
Unlikely, though.
in position.
Missing out.
Deuce of hearts won't help him.
No, dude. It consumes you. I know the drill.
Uncle T checking now.
Consumes you.
Exactly, missing out.
James going to try and steal this one away.
You need a reason to be pissed off. You know?
And he does just that.
He didn't watch it.
Uncle T folding to the
I think he wished he didn't
125.
watch us there.
Yeah, right. I mean, for all its highs, there's lows, you know? Like where Chris is at right now. There's lows.
Yeah.
I did watch a little bit of that series.
See some of our familiar chat faces showing up. Rena, JTM, Ragnar, Frank, Chuck, David, RS Actuary.
Yeah. I mean,
Good to see you
why,
all.
do you not want it to be mandatory? No, only.
Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you're having a good Monday.
He just doesn't want to be performance. What an a-hole. You just can't tell me what to do. What an a-hole.
That's like something I would say.
Okay, so I just need to say, don't call me, and then you'll call
Not
me.
mandatory.
Now I know the trick.
Contrarian.
7.
Suited connector for MH. Gets called in both spots.
I'm gonna be you. My wife says I'm like way too stubborn and like I just don't really think.
Queen Jack 9, all clubs, and nut club draw for Magic as everyone checks. The open ends are for MH. Not the queen one though, with the 3 clubs out there. Magic makes it 25. Chris turns a pair of 4s to go with his emergency club draw.
I think everyone would recommend.
To the river we go. Here's the club. Flush over flush.
I'm a libertarian. I feel like
Stone cold nuts for Magic. He's going to go for big value, and Chris knows what that is.
Yeah. Wants a cheap showdown with that 4 of clubs.
Yeah, certainly not calling an overbet with the 4 of clubs.
Yeah, I think Magic was probably trying to target like a 10 of clubs there.
Yeah, somebody with the second or third nuts
that's
would
actually very true.
probably be tempted to pay him off.
I'll remind you next time.
John, we actually stream out of 3 locations: Austin, Dallas, Houston. There are actually 6 TCH locations. Spring, Las Colinas, and Rio Grande Valley being the other 3. We don't stream out of those, but plenty of great poker being played at those locations as well. Find them all on Poker Atlas.
What's the over-under for max concurrent?
Top pair for Uncle
Top
T.
pair, pretty good.
That's a solid.
For today.
Bottom pair for MH as they go check, check.
I get one time.
Ooh, wow.
Make that trips for MH.
I understand Uncle T trying to get disguise the strength of his hand, but
Like you mean like
Yeah.
MH going to be able to go for
He also just gave a free turn to a lot of draws.
a lot, yes.
And now MH is going to punish him, raising it to 250, wanting to protect himself against the diamonds, wanting to protect himself against an 8.
And if I recall, Uncle T has played with MH before and knows that he could be aggressive in certain spots. So this is not an easy fold.
I think this is a
Top
call
pair.
for Uncle T. He has top pair. He doesn't block either of the flush draws. You got to call here, and so that's what he does. Calls the 250 to the river we go.
Oh, that's even worse.
Oof. He now makes top 2 pair, but the front door diamonds come in, and he is behind the trips anyway.
The front door diamonds may save him a little money, but Unlikely that he's going to be able to fold to a bet here from MH.
And this is not how he intended to improve, and MH tosses
just gonna
4
flat.
black chips in, as does Uncle T. Going to see the 7-4.
Very tough run out there for Uncle T.
Yeah, that was probably the second worst river. A non-diamond, or specifically the Jack of Clubs, that would have been the worst. Because the Jack of Hearts is out there. We don't want the Jack of Spades either. Yeah, I'd say the Jack of Clubs would be the worst one.
Very tough turn and river for Uncle T
I'm
there.
going to take the under
But-
on 170. I'm taking the under, bro.
Sometimes if you try to disguise the strength of your hand, you get
Everybody
punished a bit by draws or trips, etc.
Something crazy is about to happen.
You're going to have to bold-face lie. You're going to have to say like a shooter in the building. Somebody throws up on the table, Mr. Beast shooter on camera.
Everyone folds.
Matt, you're going to raise and take it.
Very much.
In a short-handed game, you're going to see a bit more of that than usual.
I swear, when I watched this like right before I was gonna play.
Unless you get a couple of special characters who just play every hand.
We know a few of those. We might get some later.
We can only hope. And if you're one of those characters, come on over to Texas Card House Austin right now.
You're wrong. Come on now.
Come join in the fun.
Obviously a long time. Right, yeah, he knows too much. We need to ban him. That's the first comment of the stream.
Be sure and hit that like button as well as you make your way in here this evening. It's a big help for us with the channel and does not cost you a penny.
It's so funny.
Blinds on blinds action. Top pair for Uncle T on this Queen Jack 5 2-spade board.
Of course not.
Gutter for James.
But,
Does continue
You got a price to pay when you're famous. Come on.
yeah,
for $50.
Yeah, you gotta have some
Uncle
haters.
T unlikely to go anywhere.
You know you've made it.
We made it, guys.
Top pair and back
You got our
doors.
own haters. He probably has his own blog about us.
Yeah, you're a loser, Jonathan.
3 clubs, 2 flush draws on the board once again.
Check.
Check, check. Oh, the 9 hits.
Brutal river.
And that'll be a straight for James. And
T.
Uncle T gonna go the bet, check, bet. And question is, do we raise here?
Not running well so far. A little bit tough to raise with the loser end of the straight, as they say, and a flush draw out there. He is going to go ahead and raise, though.
275. This would be a raise fold to 3-bet, I would imagine.
Uncle T is already counting his.
He's got the reload out already.
That's a tell.
This is a stack
I think
funeral.
that's a tell.
We talk about card funerals. This is a stack funeral.
I think Uncle T
Good
can make
title,
this
good
fold.
thumbnail. That's all you need.
2-5, no limit hold'em in.
He makes
I
a
think
call.
otherwise.
Straight.
Gonna see he gets punished again. He got punished on the turn. Now he gets punished on the river. Good
Yeah.
thing we don't have an ocean, right? We don't have that sixth card.
It's easy. We can see the cards. He can't. But
Yeah.
Hitting that gutter on the river.
yeah,
It's another
that-
situation
I
where
would say that's a pretty thin call there. When
yeah,
you get raised on the river on a board that's connected like that,
yeah.
you have one pair moderate kicker. I don't know if I see a call there.
If we had a slightly better kicker, maybe. Here's
Yeah.
the problem with the 10 kicker, though. It's a great blocker.
It is a
Like he
blocker.
blocks the clubs. He has a club blocker. He also has a straight blocker. That said, on a board like that, 2 pair is definitely a thing as well.
Lots of two pairs.
And the question is, how often is he going to be raising for value with 2 pair on that board? Probably not that often.
On the other side, though, nice play to go for the extra value on the river there.
Yeah, win for that thin raise.
With the 10-8, which is basically the worst non-two-pair hand.
Yeah.
Or the worst hand, better than two-pair, I should say.
Optimize with One of the worst hands ever created, ace queen.
Very brutal hand to play. Oh, and James is going to
James
show it
goes
to
from
him.
one strength to another. 2 kings. Makes it 130. And Optimize has ace queen offsuit. And he will make the call.
That's a he called it, sir.
Oh, and he
Oh.
gets top pair, but the wrong one. He gets a queen.
Very
pair,
brutal
top
flop for
kicker.
Optimize. Very hard to think you're not ahead here. Top pair, top kicker.
110, the c-bet from James.
The no hesitation call, which I understand.
Yeah,
for
it's an
sure.
easy call. 6 of diamonds straightens the board a little bit, but how often are you getting free bet by 10-8? Not
Somewhat
that
of a
often.
blank.
Very few 3-bet hands improve on this 6 of diamonds, I agree. James checking it now, trying to get a little tricky, or perhaps fearing he's somehow up against 10-8.
Somebody doing commentary.
He did go for thin value last hand, so I suspect he's being a little tricky here. And if I'm Optimized, I 100% think I'm ahead here.
He goes half pot here, trying to charge a draw probably.
It'll be interesting to see if James decides to raise.
If he does call, stack to pot is about 1.
He's certainly not folding.
I imagine he went for the jam here.
I think Optimized has to call if he jams.
James makes the call. 995 in the middle as we go to the river. Deuce of diamonds, backdoor diamonds get there, but nothing else gets there, and I think James is trying to get Optimized to give him some more money.
He goes check,
Optimized
check.
won't do it, though. Optimized
Wow.
going to get off the hook cheap.
Yeah, he really lost the minimum there. Maybe he had some kind of read, possibly.
Perhaps.
that James had an overpair, but
That
Yeah.
hand on that board, you only lose 2 streets. That's pretty good.
it's very good.
Stratum?
On to the next hand.
Mandatory?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like they're talking about making the 10 mandatory.
Okay. 3 folds. 4 makes it 30, 5 folds. 7 calls, and 8 calls. 3 players.
James with a somewhat lighter holding, the 6-4 suited. Maybe he's letting it get to him a little bit. The winner's tilt. 9-5 deuce, he does have a gut shot. Everyone checks. Nobody with a pair yet. 8 of hearts.
There's a pair.
Magic has an 8, and he has a heart draw. And Optimize has an open ender now. 20 from Magic. And Optimize going to go ahead and raise this. 85.
This is a nice raise. This is probably going to work. I don't know if I continue. Well, it looks like he's going to make
It's
the
Magic.
call.
I could see Magic doing that.
Well, and he and Optimize have played a decent amount of poker together, I think.
4 of spades is a fairly bricky one.
Knows he has those bluffs.
Optimized with no showdown value.
Has to bet. Goes 2/3 pot. Tough call here with second pair, no kicker, essentially. He makes the call.
Makes the
Great call
call.
by Magic. Wow.
Oh, this frickin' guy. How does he do it? How does he do it?
Dominated. Oh my god.
No bluffing allowed at this table.
Crowd 10.
Yeah, I want this explained.
Yeah, Magic and Optimize have played a decent amount of poker
No,
together,
no, I-
clearly there. And
A couple of bad
nice
Playing it the wrong
gamesmanship.
person, that's
I think Magic may have sniffed out the Optimize was playing position there.
Yep, I'm the
Yeah.
one you gotta call down light, super light. I never do that till now.
I used to think that wasn't true.
I gotta shake it up. You know, Jeremy, if I just play like you
3
expect,
calls.
just
4
another,
folds.
just another nit at the Texas Card House.
Yeah,
Mix it up just for the dealers.
Calls and checks. 3 players.
Another nit at the Texas Card House. How many nits are there?
appreciate that.
I mean, you could for sure
Take the
beat Chris.
compliment.
Another pretty wet flop. Queen Jack 10.
Sorry,
It's going to be a straight for optimize on this flop.
Buffalo.
Buffalo, remember?
Low. Oh, yeah.
And Uncle T calls with bottom pair on the wrong end of the straight draw. There's a third diamond.
Check.
Optimizes 9 is the only diamonds. We go check, check. 6 on the ends should keep Uncle T out of trouble.
5 and a fold.
Well, you know.
75 gets the insta
More
fold.
bad referee in this whole weekend.
Thanks.
Quick and on to the next one.
Kansas State game. The Cowboys.
Yeah, moving at a pretty good pace so far.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick 17 hands, actually.
It's only getting worse.
30 minutes.
I'm thinking of people that enjoy getting
We
yelled
might
at by
cross 100.
parents and
As you and I know, it typically ends 90, 95 or so.
In a full game, it's closer to that.
4 aces to 30, 5 folds, 7 folds,
I mean, it still shocks me that, like,
Ace King for optimize.
raise to 90.
a multi-billion-dollar industry.
I agree.
It doesn't make any sense.
Chris with some
You guys are
eights,
so rich. You can definitely afford.
facing the
like,
raise, and the 3-bet.
The referees in the NFL.
Does go for the Colts call from the big blinds.
Bob Smith, he's a
James Ace 10 offsuit has position at least, but
now a lot of
I
them.
think Ace 10 offsuit might be just a little bit light to call here.
But they still do other stuff. Like,
But he does make the call.
Well, they're off 6 months a year. I gotta get that.
3 ways we go.
Yeah, they should do like
Ace is up for James.
pay the better quality.
Ace 10 7.
still want to do it, you know?
Outflopping optimizes Ace.
Wow.
Plenty of people
Very
complain
tough
about
spot
this, too.
again for optimize.
They get hated so much.
I
That
know they do. They,
Top pair, top kicker again.
that's also culture.
Ace 10 7 2 clubs. We'll see if James decides to raise or not. He does have ace of clubs, so he's maybe a little less scared of another club coming.
Questionable with what's the other organization?
175
Yeah, very
from
strong hand
optimize.
here.
There's probably not a lot of straight draws that are in optimize's pre-flop 3 betting range either. James does just call. 6:30 in the middle as we go to the turn. Heads up. 4 of spades.
Blank.
or just like they were taking bribes to like.
Does give
go to
Optimize
location
some-
where it was hosted. It was like- but I don't think it was
Some
like
comfort
that
maybe.
much of the, like, the
Comfort, yeah,
Back in the
he's
day, you know, in the 90s,
he's got to think he's way ahead here. And unfortunately for him, like the ace-queen hand,
And
it's very hard to believe that you're beat here.
he's sitting here charging a draw, as he should.
oh, like the
400 the bet.
what was the home team at that one World Cup?
Korea.
Gonna leave an awkward sizing going to the river, though. He'd have about half pot behinds if he gets called. Perhaps he's telegraphing where this is going to go.
Yeah, interesting decision here from James. Obviously, we know that he should just jam, but
Maybe a month
hard to
ago,
know
there was,
that.
like, big controversy in the Premier League.
Well, he does jam.
He
so
does jam.
Goal that
Nice,
was not offside, that got called
nice
offside,
play.
and it went to the-
Optimize. I do not envy this spot whatsoever.
And they just like didn't change it.
His top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, and then
Gotta hold my
so,
nose
like,
and call.
everyone got really mad if they had to like release a video of like their entire
He's
process.
already got a lot of money in the pot.
That, like, they thought the on-field ruling.
Like if he's ever doing this with a draw,
Not
you gotta
much
call.
behind.
Oh, check complete, it's good. And so the ref just like, all right, it's good.
Communications was bad.
Yeah, but it was just like the whole thing was really. But it's just like first time they ever released something of like the entire process of like how they went through everything.
I will say this, kudos to Optimize. A lot of people would snap call here. He knows
The
that
whole thing got like blew up.
I'd have called by now.
there's ways that he could be beat, but
About a month ago.
if he gets away from this, it'd be a great fold, but very tough to do.
That's
and
not
he
what's
makes
going to
it.
happen. He does call.
2 times.
Gonna go twice. Optimize looking for a king and a king alone as we go
Drawing
twice here.
very slim.
That's not a king. That's not a king.
No more
Chris would have had a
kings.
set on that second river.
Ooh, he would have. Yeah.
Of course, we don't get to the river.
He's probably
In that
mentally folded now. He may not even have noticed that,
Yeah.
especially on the second run out.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Could I get 2K?
Yeah, players checks live stream.
So, huge one going James's way once again. running very hot in these first 17 hands. Lots of spots to bluff catch where they weren't bluffing.
Well, that's a good thing about Thank you.
Big blind. Big blind, Tom.
Optimize, he's had some good starting hands, just been out-flopped a couple times here, especially in spots where it's really hard to tell that you're out-flopped.
Uncle T has the 10 on. We're going to get back to what that hand is.
You'll be first.
Let's see how Uncle T, he was stuck a little bit here in the early going.
Sure.
Maybe he can make some back with aces. That read was correct.
Okay,
the
so
table.
yeah, so Uncle T's the big blind there.
I'm the worst. Alright, check that. Or call check.
This could be tragic here. Chris
Yeah, he
flipping,
has aces.
and he checks. Jack 9 deuce. Check, check. Here's the 3. Check, check. What's going on here?
Checking, that's kind of
Can't get
Clean run
anyone
out.
to bet.
Can't let you bluff.
You can
He,
see
go-
the
he
look
goes
on his
full
face.
pot. He goes full pot. He goes $10. And he gets called by the king high. And he's going to turn those black aces
We've
over
all been
Bradley.
there when we
I would have let
finally look down at the bullets and we can't get any action. Also made a little bit worse if you're stuck a bit.
Just gonna let him. Thank you, man.
He's getting roughed up, and he gets aces. And he
No action.
wins $15 blind versus blinds.
Can only go up from here.
That's not true. You'll get mushrooms.
We can't let him think that.
You're big blind. This is straddle.
Optimized reloading, it looks like, for $2,000. This game is a match the stack. Initial blind was capped at 2K. After the first hand, you can match up to the biggest stack, which is James. Hey, look,
Optimize
ace
with
queen
the dreaded
again.
ace queen again.
100.
In your words, William.
Yeah, just what we need, ace queen. Chris with ace 5 suited, you could
The
do a lot of things with that,
the new
including a
fun
4 bet.
Here it goes.
That's the
in
fourth
position.
bet, and
3, 4,
I like the move.
Now I don't have the ace.
Optimize is going to sit here saying, not again.
Now I don't.
He lets it.
And he's,
He's
going to
tired
let
of
go.
ace queen.
Turn it over, Chris. Turn it
I believe
over.
it.
Ah!
His grin says that, yeah, might have been a little behind the ace queen there, but I don't blame Optimize at all.
Yeah, ace queen offsuit, out of position. That's a
Yeah.
great way to flop a dominate a top pair, and we've already done that dance once already.
Yeah, he said, I'm done with that. Chris with the new age poker move, ace 5 suited, in position, 3 bet.
And that was actually the fourth bet. That's the
Oh, I'm
really
sorry,
spicy
was
part.
it the 4th bet?
That was the 30, 100, 300.
Takes some guts to do.
If only Optimize could have found the guts to 5-bet the ace queen as a bluff.
He'd been kicked in the shins by ace queen already, so
Yeah.
I think he couldn't do it.
And Chris misreads his hands and he calls, and then he gets there.
They didn't work out last year. Hardest call I've ever made. Yeah.
9 folds.
Sucks for Uncle T.
3 makes it 30. 4 and 5 fold.
Comes
7
in for a raise.
And a call. Can I get res from you? Just
And Magic holds, and so did Optimize.
alright, 3 points.
That's a lot of diamonds.
A lot of diamonds. I think, nope. Magic has
Yeah,
the
Magic
only
has the
diamond.
only diamonds. And Optimize has a bad gut shot
80 and they
on an old diamond board. And Uncle T C-bet gets the job done with his deuces with no diamonds.
Definitely no reason to chase there with the 3 to a flush. For Optimize. Or anyone else, really, if you don't have a diamond in your hand.
He played last week.
Yeah.
Must have been Thursday.
Mo the Cat, ideally, yeah, the people would think about just their pot odds as they were facing decisions and what might happen on future streets, but that is the one that you hear from a lot of people. Well, I got all this money in the pot already.
She says he played Monday.
That doesn't necessarily make it the right train of thought, but it is a train of thought for a lot of people.
I'm with you. The one move I'll make there occasionally is to raise. Because Magic with kings here.
Yeah, I think he's about to raise.
40, 8 full.
Speaking of raises,
Makes it 40 over the $10 straddle. And the limp. We're going to go 3 ways. Kings against some offsuit stuff.
ooh,
Middle set, how about that?
Yeah, I know, right?
Not a board where
bet a
anybody's
lot
going
of
to pay
folding
him.
here, I think.
7 bets 50. 9
Ace, king, queen is not what you want to see when you have 8-7 or 5-4.
Yeah, I think we talked about it last week. Occasionally when you have a big pocket pair, if you flop top set or middle set in this case, it's tough to get action because you basically block all the good hands somebody else might have.
Ace, king, queen, 2 clubs. You could have a club draw. You could have like a jack or a 10, like a pair with a jack or a 10.
Yeah, your dream in that scenario, I guess, is somebody having ace queen maybe.
Yeah, or maybe somebody just has like queen 10. They have a pair on a gutter, so they take another card.
Yeah, exactly.
6, 7 full, 8 full.
Sailboats for James.
Everyone full.
Those chips are going to sail straight to his stack.
Charlton.
I don't know if you stayed when you started like complaining about how he was running. Start complaining? Yeah, he started complaining that they lost. They
Seven full. 8 makes it
He was
30.
up like
6K.
oh shit. I don't know, when I left he was up a lot.
Yeah, he had like,
I don't know how
he
much
had like
he had,
75.
Optimize here with another marginal ace.
but it was up
A little more marginal than previous, but
4 players.
sometimes that's easier to play though. If you know if you hit, you hit. If you don't,
And
easy to get
everyone
away from.
calls, and he does flop himself a pair of aces.
Nobody
And-
else with much.
Yeah.
3 checks. Check. Checks around.
This could just check through anyway, wanting to control that pot.
There's a 3. No.
It's another jack, just what Optimize wanted. He no longer has a kicker. And the middle card paired.
Empty kicker.
3 checks.
James could talk himself into Trey's being the best hand here.
Goes for the 125.
8 plus.
Optimize did not flop top here to fold it. This will get it heads up.
I'm guessing check here on the river.
7 on the ends. Front 4 clubs get there.
Showdown value for both. Unless James sniffs
Yeah, I
out
don't-
that he needs to bluff at it.
I don't
but
think the 3s feel like they have showdown value here.
he does have a pair. He could
Yeah.
be against like a king-queen type of hand.
And
There
he
you go.
gives up, and
the dude is doing.
ace will be good for Optimize.
I'm sure he's doing a lot, but it's hard to tell. Like how much is he doing?
Optimize thinking, could I have just had ace 3 instead of ace queen twice?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, might have saved him some money.
Alright, we got a double straddle to 20.
Magic putting the 20 on.
That was a really good side.
There we go.
You can straddle as much as you want. It just has to be at least twice the previous blinds. And Optimize, probably wishing he would have put the 40 on. Red
Definitely
aces,
wishing that.
60, and he's going to hope that somebody can provide action. James has 4s. And there's enough money to set mine. He's
Let's
not
it
going
go.
to, though.
Wow. I don't know about you, William. Do you set mine there?
Yes, I'm
So
set
do I.
mining. I'm getting
So do
10
I.
to 1 implied odds. I'm
Yes.
set mining.
No for
Top set, ace 7 6 for Optimize, and Magic does have a pair.
Magic didn't believe Optimize last time. I bet Optimize. Oh, he is going to go ahead and bet. Might have been a
there's-
good time to check just because it's unlikely, but
There's
He already knows
spades,
Magic
there's the
doesn't
straight
believe
draw.
him.
Magic going to check hold the 40. 3 diamonds will keep him out of trouble. maybe.
Possibly.
It at least closed the back door.
It was getting pretty dead in that. Pick back up.
That's 125 and a fold.
125 from Optimize. That gets the fold.
Optimize deciding if he wants to show trip aces, does not. Has to keep the image right.
Yeah.
Stroud 10.
Hi, Jeffrey Tobin. Welcome to the chat.
Can we make it a little cooler? 7 and or 8, 9 folds. Sorry. 3 calls.
Uncle T limping the button. 6-4 offsuit.
3 players.
Seems like a great way to get into some trouble here. Like flopping a dominated pair of 6s. Magic's 6
One
is
of the
better.
ways.
Gonna call Magic's 15. 9 of spades. They both have a spade. Magic's is better, so now Uncle T's double dominated. And he's giving up this time.
Thank you very much.
Good fold.
And should have given that up about $30 ago, I think.
Could have got a New York strip at Texas Roadhouse, I think. Across the street
Yeah.
for an earlier fold.
Straddle.
New York strip, some couple sides, you know.
Yeah, I can't say I've been there, so I'll have to
You've
wait.
never been to a Texas Roadhouse?
I have not.
Really? Pretty decent, especially for the
That makes 30.
value.
3 calls.
One of my dad's favorite places.
Fold.
Yeah.
7 fold. 8 calls.
Suited queen for Optimize.
He checks. 9 bets. 40.
A lot of face cards on these flops so far.
Yeah. Gutters for Uncle T and Chris. Chris doing the betting. Uncle T calling, and they're going to go heads up. There's a jack, about a third spade. So they each have 80% of a royal. We can say that at least, but it is Uncle T with the better hands with a pair of jacks. He's going to call the 125 from Chris. 8 of spades, the magic card around here. Nuts versus second nuts.
Pretty brutal card there for Chris.
This is going to get expensive for him.
Yeah.
9 check.
He's going to check, and this is going to be a check call.
100 calls.
I'm surprised Uncle T only goes 200 there.
Yeah, you're only getting called by a hand that,
You're getting called by like a 10 or a 9 of
Yeah.
spades, and that's about it.
that's it. So you might as well go
You guys-
for
you guys
I
want
probably go more like
closer to
pot.
full pot. Yeah.
It's up to you guys. Oh, you'll play. Okay, you said you'll play. Thank you very much. Alright, bomb pot.
Okay, we're going to go into a bomb pot. How about we do a little gambling ourselves? You got the points for that?
I'm ready.
Who wants to go first here? $10?
Are you raising the stakes? I thought we did 5.
We could do 5, and we could do 5 as well.
Let's do it.
$5. Here we go. I'll gamble.
Okay.
Gamble 10. Here we go. As we see these players get their cards.
27 for you. Here it
Oh,
comes.
yeah, I see it now. See 9?
Nice try.
86.
You'll pit me. You'll pit me.
I doubt it.
King Jack 7, 2 clubs, 10, 9, 4, 2 diamonds. Magic with the open-ended straight flush draw and a pair of jacks.
He checks.
Optimize
3 bets 50.
with not a whole lot. 10s and 4s.
5 calls.
Uncle T has the nut club draw and a king.
8 calls. 9 folds. 4 players.
MH calls. Clubs on both turns here, so that's going to be nuts for Uncle T on top. Ace high clubs.
7 and 8 check.
And down on the bottom, Magic has trip 9s.
5.
You didn't call him out on that, Jeremy, or what, bro?
Full pot from Uncle T.
I think he was just listening to the music.
Yeah, okay.
He does have the gut shot that's not going to be good. Magic with Jackson sevens on a club board. And he's got trips on the
Slow
bottom.
down the angling a little.
So, recipe for disaster.
Angles have to be more subtle on the tee. That one was overt.
Magic calls to the rivers we go.
Huzzah.
Magic is free rolling Uncle T here. A 4 ends an ace on the end.
My hands never move.
They're going to chop this up if it gets the showdown.
Singing in my head. What's the max?
780. Fold.
Yeah, pure chop there. Nobody really with anything they can bet with.
780 and I believe Magic folded there. Uncle T bet it with the nuts on top, and Magic folded a hand that was
On the angle piano?
not a great hand. It did not have scoop ability by any means.
I was playing
It was one of those, I hope I get half deals, and so he made the fold. And I don't blame him.
I was playing the drums.
Okay, so, moment of truth. You got to gamble, you've got to gamble some number of points. Got to be at least 10 points.
That's a good check. Three folds. He doesn't have to.
You got close. You got
Wow.
close. You got close.
I feel like optimized right now.
7.
Ace queen versus kings, etc.
Okay. So 9 folded. It says
He promises me he's good for the money. Frisbee confirmed Busto. Famous last words in poker.
7 checks, 8 checks.
854. So top pair for James, middle pair for Optimize.
7 checks.
Leave spades, misses everybody.
Mythical ace-5 suited.
It's going to probably bring a bit of a chill, though, to the action. Check, check, check.
Okay.
Jack on the end. 2 overs that nobody has.
Nobody
Go
can
figure.
really love their hand here. Probably whoever bets
Says
wins.
I win. Looks like he's
Is
ready.
the 8 still good? It's a miracle.
The 8 does win. Always a nice feeling to drag a pot.
Thank you.
I only bet the effective nuts.
Better than me, I only bet the nuts. So.
You want to straddle?
I only call this like the second one.
Do you want to straddle?
Oh, yeah.
Five folds.
On to hand 30. Turbo speed, William.
7 makes it 30.
Yeah.
This is very fast for the first hour.
Yeah, there'll be no complaining about pace of play tonight.
12. 3 players.
7 deuce deuce, 7 deuce special.
Checks. Checks are out.
3 deuces for Uncle T.
Uncle T thinking if I do not win this one, I don't know what else to do.
Chris
Chris does have a gutter.
left at it. $45.
I'm told seat 2 for you, Barbara.
Okay. Just wondering.
And 3 calls, 7.
Uncle T calls, heads up. Chris needs a 9. He does not get a 9. Uncle T's thinking, please have an ace high heart draw that just
Absolutely.
made top
Yes. Yeah, Uncle T, if I'm Uncle T, I'm thinking that's a great card for me because more
So,
likely somebody
100
just
from
hit top
Chris. And I think we're going to go for the raise here. 250. Jack high,
pair.
obviously.
Almost a min click.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Jack high cannot call.
Get off,
Chris gonna earn his Oscar here, but folding. Almost for sure.
you're pulling through. There's
Unless we see our first big move of the
Unless
night.
he's going to do something really insane, which is not going to work.
It's really, really good. It really
At least that's my prediction. It's not going to work.
He may be thinking about it. He lets
He
go.
thinks the better of it.
Yeah, it's like half mile.
Thank you
Really
very much,
good.
Barbara. How much you going to play? $1,500. Do you have chips or no? Players
I
checks
think we've
live
got
stream.
Barber getting in here.
Yeah, happy hour for 3 to 6 every day. Just you get some good price. You get like a salmon roll for like $6.
Yeah.
Sushi. My favorite.
Barber has joined us on the stream multiple times. I've played with him
Yeah.
several times myself.
While we got a moment, quick plug for the Holiday Monster happening in TCH Spring on Black Friday, November 24th, just
You want to straddle again?
2 weeks from this coming Friday. 40K guaranteed. Begins the evening of Black Friday.
Okay.
135 buy-in, $100 add-on available.
Alright.
All the details at TexasCardHouse.com.
That's kind of what I was thinking. 4 folds, 5
Might have
folds,
$10.
7 folds. I would have asked if you didn't win that last one. 8 folds, 9 makes it 35. Do you mind giving him a stack of hundreds? Either one.
Barber in for 1.5K.
So let me get 5. Okay.
Nobody
35
with much
equals-
this hand, so Chris is going to win a small one.
Thank you very much.
7 rolls and a kid's meal for like.
I got a couple of really great promos going on right here in Austin this month. We got the quads of the day once again. One of the best promos going around here today is quad sixes for $1,400.
But regardless, they have rolls.
TexasCardHouse.com for all the rules there.
It's like a really nice
Small big.
place.
There are just a few on that one. So, yeah, quad sixes. Got pocket sixes, got the quad sixes, and win yourself some money. We also have Gratitude Tuesday going on every Tuesday this month. That'll be half off the club access fee
You on auto?
Yeah. Sorry.
every Tuesday this November. I might even try and come around here tomorrow evening
5 makes it
and
Absolutely.
get me some of that Gratitude Tuesday. Find out about all the promos at TexasCardHouse.com.
2 calls and 3 calls.
You definitely got to order from the
Ace 9, King 9, and the Choctaw Nuts. And everybody has a backdoor flush draw on 866.
3 check. 5 check.
They all check. King of Clubs,
2 check.
Little Spice, Barbara with top pair, Uncle T with a club draw.
5 folds.
30 the bet from Uncle T.
2 calls. Heads up.
Barbara calling. No flush for Uncle T.
2 checks.
Think he's going to go
Does
for one
induce
more
the bet
bluff.
here. Or the bluff, I should say.
Goes for 80, about 80% pot.
Barber's
And-
just going to flat here.
Yeah, I think flat is the way to go.
I got a can.
Makes the call.
Flatted win. If you raise, you only get called by what you can't beat.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't fold.
Yeah, you don't even have a kicker to go with your king.
Seven, 8 folds. 9 folds.
Offsuit ace from the button for Barber here.
4 folds.
Uncle T is going to defend the small blind with not much,
You guys think it's
but
physically
worth
possible
seeing a flop.
to boomerang a pizza dough?
3 checks.
Toss it out and have it come back. 'Cause my friends
King
sent me
9
a video
in is a
and I'm
pair
like,
for
I think
Barber.
it's easy. I don't
Gutter
think
for MH.
Yeah, and he sent me a video of another guy.
And
Yeah,
Uncle T also with a
it's like a
gutter.
regular circular dough.
4 of diamonds.
Circular dough and he tosses
Useless
it,
for
like, way out,
everyone.
like all the way out.
10 of clubs on the end is going to give MH the straight.
Oh,
No way, bro.
He's telling me it's
Indoors, too?
Outdoors. But like he threw it yeah, I don't know.
Straight.
Like
Yeah.
Straight's pretty
half
good.
the length of this room up in the air and it boomerangs right back to his hand.
Candy. Yeah, there's no way.
Thank
There
you.
was an
Barber
audience watching
paid
that
him
didn't see
25
that
just in
made,
case,
so, like,
and
Just
MH
landed.
wins one. Hasn't been all that active
I
tonight.
think that he like reversed it.
I have a feeling he will be. I've seen him play before, unless he's in a different gear today.
Oh yeah,
But
that's
he certainly showed the propensity to have some bluffs.
he was doing cool stuff like tossing it around.
And also be able to use that image to trap
And I'm like, there's no way.
in certain spots.
I wish I could show you guys the video.
Yeah, he also hasn't taken a lot of flops tonight.
Somebody would go,
Oh, Chris with the ladies.
because that's aerodynamic.
I would think so because things only boomerang because of their shape, the boomerang shape, right?
Ace Queen suited for Uncle T. The old Ace Queen once again. He's going to 3-bet it.
It's got planes that
James gets out of there.
4-bet incoming.
Yeah.
There's no more queens available.
MH said no with King Queen without thinking about it.
Ace Jack also
Correctly.
just folded.
So we have no queens left here.
Chris just flats.
You say what?
Ooh, flush draw. for
Not
Uncle
diamond
T.
draw.
Wow.
This is not possible.
Chris checks to him, checks back.
Wow. Check
Can he
back.
get another diamond? Not yet.
Chris, he has to protect his hand here, right?
4 stories.
Yes, you got to bet
Yeah,
this.
you have absolutely. It's too connected.
Maybe you know what it could be. Maybe the angle of the video.
Here it
makes
comes.
look like
And
he's
Uncle T
tossing outward,
can't
but he's
fold
actually
with a nut draw.
175, this is a call.
That could be possible.
You're in position, you know that you can get a bet in on the river if you so desire. Does make the call. And that's a black 4, which is not going to be a diamond.
This should shut things down
Yeah.
here.
I can see it being possible.
To like fake it or make it look like it.
I don't think Uncle T bluffs this
Actually,
river.
like, go out and boomerang back.
And he won't get the chance to. Chris is going to go for some
Directly
value.
out, directly back, I do.
Probably trying to get paid by something like 10s or jacks.
Quick fold.
If it's acting like a boomerang, it's not possible.
That hand relatively played
Acting
itself.
like just directly out
but-
and back is actually possible.
Nice win there for
Because
Chris.
it goes out and back, it's just like a frisbee.
Yeah, the people watching at home would rather see the boomerang pizza video than the best play cards. Probably.
Yeah, I need an update on that viewer count.
Probably drop some.
Ben Wilcox says, let's go, Chris.
That and the cat videos.
Our players do have cheering sections in the chat sometimes.
Certainly do. We've had a few vloggers, and that's always interesting. They'll have a group of fans that hop on and support.
And sometimes we randomly have vloggers in the chat.
That absolutely.
That's also fun.
A couple of pocket pairs here.
Ace 9 8, 2 hearts. Open enter for Chris. Got it for Uncle T. Chris is 85. May just work here. Have the open ender.
And
Somehow
does.
nobody had anything.
Thank you very much.
5 ways on an ace high flop. Usually somebody
Pretty
has
gutsy.
something. It's very adventurous bet. Stephen plays at TCH. Can you get a discount for being a subscriber? Unfortunately, that's not a promo we have right now. What a fun idea that would be. Then, like, well, 50,000 of you come and storm the 6 locations. I don't know what we would do then. 50,000 people show up at Austin, Dallas, Houston, Spring, Las Colinas, and Rio Grande Valley.
2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds, 5 folds. Oh, deuce. Exposed.
But I'm with you there. I mean, I'm a subscriber. I subscribed
Oh, yeah.
way back on day 1. Chris out flapping, optimize.
Speaking of subscribing, anyone in the chat or listening, please do hit the subscribe button. Like the stream.
Thank you.
Quick hand here.
Anyone with some hot football takes from the weekend?
Route 10.
Definitely want to hear from the chat. I have a few takes.
Yeah.
I am an Aggie alum and a Cowboys fan, so I'm trying to figure out why I'm not allowed to have nice things.
Oh, you
We
Yeah.
lost a heartbreaker. Steven says unsubbed, probably UT fan. I also went to the UT game and high-fived my friends, so you know we can be friends. But yeah, the Cowboys game also was a bit of a letdown. But our friend Dante, who does the stream, was at the game.
Yeah, Dante went
and
up
he's
there.
an Eagles fan, so happy
And
for him.
Got to see his Eagles, and they even won.
Did win when the Cowboys had 3 pretty clear chances to change that, but did not capitalize.
As a New York native, I cannot like anything Philly. It's a rule.
I'm not familiar with that dynamic, but I have heard about it.
Yeah, Boston's also forbidden. No Boston, no Philly.
Yeah, I thought Boston is which? How do they rank, Boston or Philly first?
As far as who we hate more, probably Boston.
Yeah, that would have been my guess. Are you're a Mets fan?
I am a Met
Right,
fan.
yeah.
We beat them in '86.
I like had a job. I think I actually
20.
it's easier to focus.
We never famously choked away a 3-0 lead in the championship series like the Yankees did that one time.
It's pretty historic.
Yeah, pretty rare sight.
Oh yeah.
I like the raise here from Optimize. Not going to pay off the bottom pair against top 2. No,
No,
top.
just the one pair. So far.
Yeah, like they know every
Continue.
Yeah, because, hey, this is his flop. He's the 3-better.
like my personal account, say from a certain that I log in from.
And by the way, we can see the cards, but if you're Magic, the Jack Kicker
Ooh,
you're
two
not
pair.
in love with,
That's 2 pair for Optimize.
and Optimize gets there. I would say he somewhat deserves that after some of the early, little bit of run bad. High Poker Monkey.
If it's 2,
200 from Optimize. Out 2/3 pot here. And nothing got there on this turn apart from 7-6.
Oh, Magic's going to raise. Wow.
That's unfortunate timing for him.
Optimize is thrilled to see this.
Makes it $500, which is going to be pretty committing. gonna
Optimize
leave-
really only worried about King Queen, right? I mean,
Or
he
like a
blocks
set.
Wait, but he
He
blocks
blocks
the
2 of the
sets.
sets, yeah.
So
King's probably 4-betted pre-flop. He's all in.
he's going to stick it in there.
Magic reaching for the chips.
Wow.
Is he going to put them in?
He's somewhat committed here. He has,
He
he only has
calls.
747 behind.
Magic looking for a
16%
queen or
equity.
jack. There's a queen.
Oh
That's
my
3 pair
goodness.
for Optimize, which is too many. Kings and queens for Magic.
Brutal for Optimize. That's really tough beat
The
there.
Yeti cooler of the night. The second candidate.
Magic
Unfortunately, it's Optimized both times.
Magic had 16% equity coming into that river card and got there.
He
That is
sure
part of
did.
the game, though.
Amazon profit actually comes from every dollar.
Nice hand for Magic.
Like
Jeremy going to stack those chips, get it counted, and get it shipped over.
11, 12.
Now, Steven, I don't know the politics of foosball. I don't follow foosball. I do follow football, but whatever the politics are, we don't discuss them in the chat. We try to keep this chat non-political.
A lot of people complain about, but there's like a lot that Amazon has to pay for that a lot of players like don't take into account, of course, the economics.
Thank you very much.
Also, I learned that I think 160 million Americans have. That's like half of America, half of adult Americans. Yeah, I was shocked to read that.
Wow. Really tough beat there for Optimize. William, I know we've both been in that spot where you get it in as a 80 to 90% favorite.
There's 3 adults in
And then they get
Doesn't
you.
work out, but
Yeah,
have to remind yourself that
It's the second time
Still
it's not
only
worked
80 or
out.
90%.
Yep,
It's not
one
100.
big session.
It's like Optimize is going to reload probably.
Yeah, no religion either. No politics, no religion.
Bunch of stuff that comes with Prime too. Others are like
2 p.m.
We don't need any flame wars happening in the chat. Thank you very much.
It's actually really good. Like a lot of good free stuff on there. TV shows. And
How much you adding, buddy?
Oh, this is 1,500.
I'm sure there's lots of other chats that are all about those subjects. This channel just isn't one of those. James has top pair, and the only one who's flopped anything here. Now he has another 8. This might be overkill.
Nobody else with much here, though.
That's 115.
Probably going to bet and win it.
He's going to show the 8 of spades. It's the 8 of spades. That's the key card.
So what's your philosophy on showing without a showdown?
Mostly depends on the table vibes. Or if I'm trying to cultivate an image. Like there may be some times where I have to say, like, wait a second, I actually have it sometimes. I'm not just full of it every time. And there's times I need to say, I don't always have it. So which TCH location would you be getting one out of that? I'm curious.
4 balls, 5 folds.
I made it through one big round. It's like 27,000 people that come through this year.
4 chips.
Barbara with the 1 pair here.
Folds.
Wow, James is going to come along. Oh, and gets there immediately.
Of course, you get rewarded.
And insta checks. If you're a barber, you probably just check here and yeah. Pray that your 10s are good. Here
Yeah,
comes
he
thin
can-
value from James.
And he can call a bet
This is going to
easily.
be, I'm going 100 here, I think.
105.
105, yeah. Looks a little bluffy because of the turn check, but Barber doesn't beat too much here. Yeah.
Thank you. Straddle 10.
Yeah.
We are flying through hand 41.
You sure are.
Workhorse of like,
Oh, over and
sure over $1 million. It was $3 million, and then I think we reduced it. That's from the
9 folds.
fulfillment side.
Yeah.
Send you.
I'm assuming all the people that got laid off were
2
like
folds.
corporate.
Yeah, they were all
3, but 3 races to 30. 4 folds. 5 and 7 folds.
Uncle T gets 2 takers here. 663. Graphics say he only gets 1 taker actually. And Uncle T gonna take the pot.
Thanks, sir.
1 pot at a time.
People getting laid off are a lot of like the middle people. That's what I've heard, like in tech and stuff. Like
Is their role?
the people who aren't like entry level, the people who aren't like top of the top, like the best. Like seems like they're getting rid of a lot of them. Just at least from like my friends and my wife and stuff.
Did they go through a process towards that? Or?
Yeah, one of my friends got laid off, and I mean, can you see? I don't know. Can you see the card?
Chris's turn to
Lots
get
of
his
ace
queen.
queens today.
Okay, all right, we're good then. I trust you.
9 races to 35. 2 folds.
I don't know. no angle down.
I don't know.
E6 offsuit. Uncle T gonna get in there.
4, fold
Living dangerously there.
5, fold 7.
Magic with a suited connector, which is dominated by Optimize, and we're gonna go 4 ways.
Could be interesting here.
10-9-3. I believe that's an excellent flop for Optimize.
Top
On the other
two.
side, like Amazon, I think.
Yep.
Perhaps a little too excellent as we check through. 5 of diamonds brings in the front door flush. Uncle T has a 6 of diamonds. It's the only one.
Maybe it's 100.
I believe that's going to work there.
We buy and sell used textbooks.
3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
on me.
Yeah, everywhere.
buy from colleges and like other stuff.
Yep, and pot's getting pushed his way.
Thank you.
One going Optimize's way.
Not like
Definitely needed that after that tough beat.
Got to get that bet in before somebody makes 3 pair. Before you make 3 pair, you got to get that bet in.
It is important to
college just has like every book on like a database.
bet before somebody gets there with 3 pair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or a
like
4
big
flush. I mean, that's
Yeah.
it's another
Oh, that's the
hazard.
worst, yeah. It feels so cheap.
Yeah, not this past weekend, the weekend before I was up in Oklahoma, I day 2 a tournament, and then I immediately get crippled with jacks against 6s.
Raises to 30.
That got the lucky flop. I sneak into the money,
5
and then I get king 7 suited in against like king 3, and I get 4 flushed.
fold.
Tough.
That's how I go out.
I've seen it once like 8 years ago or something.
I go to the other ends of the casino, and I drown my sorrows in a Cinnabon.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a lot better than bubbling. You did sneak into the money.
Yeah,
So,
bubbling is not fun.
no, that is one of the worst feelings.
I bubbled the triple draw at TCH a couple months ago. TCH Las Colinas, actually.
I'm
The-
gonna have
the
to say
true
no
bubble?
because I said no to them.
The bubble, the
Very
absolute
last,
bubble.
wow, the bubble boy.
No money. And I was, they were paying like 6 spots, and I was the mid stack. And then the entire bubble went as horribly as could possibly go,
He
and
raises to 30.
I bubbled. And I got rivered.
I have done it
Make it mandatory. He's gonna stop putting
a few times. Fortunately, not as many times as I've snuck in, but
7 falls. 8.
also we both know as players that play tournaments, you really can't be too afraid of the bubble because that's a big strategic advantage
Yeah.
to play aggressive. Because a lot of people want to sneak in.
And unless we're playing a satellite and pay jumps don't matter. I busted way too many satellites within a table of the money in the last couple of years. Magic's bluff gonna work here.
Nobody with much.
Thank you very much.
Bet and ticket.
Small, big. Optional straddle.
Totally not mandatory straddle.
Totally not mandatory straddle if you want.
Totally not man.
Totally not mandatory.
Come on, straddle, good for the game.
Got one straddle.
Play the piano as he often does. Michael 7 makes it 30. 8 falls. 9 falls.
Optimize with another queen
3 calls. 3 players.
and a Broadway card.
Cito.
King Jack 9 rainbow. Pair for 2 of our players. Cutter for Optimize. Magic, though, he's the one who's going to bet with 4 high, and I don't think anybody goes away here.
3 players.
40 call. To the turn we go. The 10 and a diamond. That's the chaos card right there.
Absolutely.
Straight for Optimize. Diamond draw for Uncle T. Checks over to
Nobody can
Optimize.
fold.
125 the bet.
What's he just going to flat here, yeah.
Yeah.
Diamond on the river would just be unfair to Optimize after that bad beat previously.
Careful what you speak into existence there. Not this time.
Not this time.
Optimize now does have the nuts. Of course, he's got to bet something.
Oh yeah.
275.
Feels
The
a
king's
little
not going to
small
call.
there. I think optimized. Yeah, he was.
Just in case of like two
Just squeeze
pair,
out a little value.
or in case he just forgets what he has and he or doesn't read the board right.
A lot of the tech companies.
Once in a blue moon it happens, so you got to
Certainly.
make the bet. Give him every chance to make a mistake.
You on bomb pot, Barber?
And we're going to head for a bomb pot here.
Not even like yeah, but like it's like ownership. I used to work at Walmart. Believe it or
4
not,
cards,
very
2 boards, as usual.
management and the employees like. Well, there's what corporate wants you to do and what like store managers actually end up doing. You're supposed to like give each person full. But yeah, like
Queen 10 6, 2 spades, and 7 6 3, 2 hearts.
actually have a lot of like freedom.
Middle set for Barber on the top, gutter on the bottom.
First, Barber. Check. 2 checks, 3 checks.
Open ender for Uncle T on one board. James with a 10 and an open ender. Optimize has a queen and the nut spade draw up top. And a 7 on the bottom. Chris making it 40. Set of 6s on both boards for him.
Calls 3 and 4 full.
Barber calls
7 full.
with his set.
And 8 calls. We got 4 players.
Optimize calls with his flush draw. MH calls with his spade draw. 3 of clubs, 5 of diamonds. No flush up top. The bottom gets straight here. Nobody,
5 checks.
well, nobody actually has a straight here.
Checks are out.
Everyone checks. To the rivers we go. 8 of spades and 3 of spades. So bottom board is going to be 6s full for Chris. Optimize with the nut spades up top. They'll be chopping this, and MH with the king high spades decides to pot it, makes it 230. Now Optimize has a choice. Does he call and try and invite Chris along or Barber along and keep it multi-way, or does he try and get MH off of the perceived other half of it? Optimize is going to go for just the call, knowing that whatever happens, he never has to fold. He does have the nuts on one side. Chris gets in there with the boat on the bottom. That second boat, by the way, 6 is full. Pretty good boat. Barber with just the set of 10s lets it go.
Flush and bow announce.
We'll go to showdown. Optimize and Chris going to chop this one up.
And we got 6s.
MH did have a boat on the bottom as well. I can understand why he made that bet. He had bottom boat. 3's full of 5s.
Nice flat by Optimize, as you said, because I think a lot of people will overplay in that point, in that spot, and
And
force out
yeah.
the person that you're splitting their money.
If he knew what MH had, I think he would have blasted it, because I think MH's exact hands might have held his nose and called. Like saying, well, I've got a boat and I've got second nut flush. One of these is probably
It's
good.
very tough. Yeah. That's one of my least favorite spots at a poker table is where you have a 9 out of 10 in a bomb pot on both boards.
If it was, against just Optimize, that bottom boat would have been good, but Chris had a better
I
boat.
mean, it's 7 or 7:30. 5 full. 8 raises, or 7 raises to 40. 8 raises to 125, 9 folds.
Magic. Sprinkling the free bet in there. Makes it 125.
We'll see if Optimize continues the trend of
Makes the
raising with the small suited ace. He
he put
doesn't.
the 125 in there, not
Oh, he
Magic.
does.
Magic made
Yes,
the
he
call.
does.
Optimize made it 125, which is a little small over a couple of 40s. James going for the 4-bet, though. 7-6 suited of his own makes it $300. I like putting a few of these in your 4-bet range just so that you do have some middle cards in the range.
8 calls.
And
Wow, optimized calls.
We're going to go heads up.
Can't love that with ace 4 suited.
10, 10, 7, 7, 6. Actually, he does have the best hands here with a pair of sevens.
4 checks.
Could easily be up against an overpair, though. He is going to check it over.
Check, check.
Optimize just checking back. Jack of diamonds.
Definitely a tough spot now for James, even though he has the best hand. So many hands optimized could have that either have him beat or have a big draw.
Checks to optimize. I think he's trying to induce a bluff. Checks back. Optimize. Not going to bluff. Queen on the ends. Just it keeps getting worse and worse. We're at 7, which
It
is
does
actually
get
the
worse.
winner.
I would be interested in this spot here. I could see James throwing out about a $200 blocker bet
Yeah.
because he doesn't want to face a full pot bet with his hand, but he also doesn't want to just check fold.
And he's the 4-better. I mean, this is a great run out for a 4-bet range. He has ace-king. He has
Yeah.
queens. He has jacks.
He makes it 325 and
325
wins.
and gets the
Or
fold. 425 rather.
425, yeah.
Makes the gets the fold rather.
Nice play by James.
8 dash plus.
Absolutely.
2,000.
You'd hate for it to go check check and he turns over 9s.
So we got a straddle.
Yeah, cannot do it. I think you put out a block bet. He went a little bigger there, but with the best hand actually. But
Value bluff.
nice play. Value bluff, exactly.
7 folds, 8 folds. 9 raises to 35. 1 fold. 2 folds. Oh, we do have a no fold.
8 plus joining us in seat 1.
Back up and use it.
Versus 35 with the suited queen. Going to get called by James with the pocket 8s. Who will flop an overpair. The queen deuce, I believe, has flopped a club draw to go with bottom pair. So Chris will continue for 40 and James will call. How about 8 of clubs? One time. Ace of
Ace
clubs.
of
That'll
clubs.
kill the action. Chris turns the second nuts. James sees an ace, which is terrible.
Yep.
And now he sees one too many pips on this river.
He's vegan for 6 months.
Not much more money going in this pot, most likely.
Chris is going to pep his second nuts and
Has to.
150 and
Probably just hoping James has a weak ace that he can just try to show down, but James lets it go.
fold. He got a fold there.
Absolutely.
No.
Thank you very much.
Such a terrible turn.
Terrible turn.
Like you're losing to
Why did you stop?
a lot of
Like, were you
Chris's
vegan
range
or, like,
there.
plant-based? Were you just like doing it for health?
No, it was vegan. It was part of kind of like gut cleanse I was going through. I
Straddle
first 6 weeks of it was a juice fast, so
Okay.
I only had juice for 40 days.
Did you feel better? Did you feel good?
Yeah, I mean I felt incredible, but I feel
Yeah, you lost a good amount of weight there really quickly.
Big juice fast. I never understood that.
As one
when
dude. Hey,
when they
full time
don't
makes it 35. 1 fold.
Oh, I can't quite hear the table
Maybe
chatter.
your audio's not as good as
Oh.
mine. Optimize is just regaling us with a story of some sort of juice cleanse or juice fast.
Oh.
Or,
3 calls.
yeah, I'm
Anti-juice cleanse.
I'm not somebody who's done anything like that, who's ever considered doing anything like that, but whatever floats your boat.
I have done it once and saw no point in doing it again. But I know it works for some folks.
Queen 10-8, not going to work for those 2 pairs that were in there. Uncle T and James both flopping a pair. Cutter for James as well.
4 calls, 7 folds, 9 folds.
James calls Uncle T's 75.
Heads
Clears out the rest of the ref as we go to the turn.
Four checks. Check.
Very bricky turn. Check, check. Very bricky river. Queen
Laying
would be good.
bricks here.
Well, I mean, they can't all be juicy cards. Otherwise, people might get suspicious.
I was going to say, we've had a lot of smaller pocket pairs. We've had some big sets, but we haven't really had, you know, one of your classic examples of somebody with maybe a hand like pocket 5s or 7s and an ace-high board, somebody with ace-king,
Yeah.
flop a set.
Shroud 10.
But as fast as we're going, I think it's likely we see that at some point.
Yeah, maybe. If we look at these V pips, we see keeping them pretty high. Remember, we were 6-handed to start the show, so that'll inflate the V pips just because you're going to be in position more, and you're going to be defending your blinds more often.
Ranges widen. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll probably see those numbers come down a bit as we get closer to a full ring game.
3 makes it 30. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Suited ace for Uncle T there.
You won.
You won.
Does it feel like you won?
$17.
Thank you.
Almost an hour and a half in now into TCH Live from Austin. 2-5 no limit hold'em tonight. William Malati, Kyle Frisbee with you. Mel pressing the buttons on the other side. Jeremy pitching the cards out there. All of you here in the chat, hopefully pressing that like button. Tell YouTube that you enjoy this,
Yeah,
if you don't mind.
Can't say I recommend it.
Looks like we got a new player in seat 1.
Yes, that's A+.
A+? Okay.
The best of all.
Yeah. It's like the healthiest.
It's sitting there a couple hands now. We just haven't gotten into the game yet.
Good. The soups are very good. Everything's just good.
Saw MH folded 7 deuce there.
Definitely the best that I had. There was a
Probably too much information about my game, but occasionally I'll raise with 7 deuce just so I can show it.
Noted.
To look a little maniac-like.
Chris with a pair, Magic with an open ender.
I'm not a huge fan of it. I think it's over.
$10 and a call.
it's just
And now a pair of 10s for the Jack 10.
like,
Oh, yeah. No.
Still second best, though.
it's not a health statement at all. Like you can eat vastly less healthy than
25 gets called by Chris.
burgers and fries every meal.
Yeah. That's what,
4 of diamonds
like, I
does
mean,
not
for a
make a
while,
straight.
I was like 300 pounds when I started veganism, and then I got down to 175.
Check,
like,
check.
Just, like,
That's
eating,
good.
Like, drinking juices and like eating super clean, rice, beans, stuff like that. And then I started eating like junk food again, like, you know, vegan burgers, vegan pizza. And I put on like 50 pounds, and now I'm here at 230, and I'm trying to lose weight again. You know? Now I'm trying to eat like salmon, vegetables, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Clean meat.
Yeah, it's
Judge me by a text message I see from my Jet fan brother. I don't think the Jets are winning right now. That's my guess.
Uh-oh.
Football
Yeah, I hadn't
game
thought
has
about
started.
what the score is there.
Yeah, they would have just started. And 2 minutes into the game, the Chargers are winning 7-0.
Okay.
Lifting or something?
No, I mean, some of it's muscle.
Jets are in Charger territory, though.
Pretty amazing that the Jets have
I give you
the
any
record they
jack.
currently do based on the
Never mind, they
Received.
just turned it over. Just now.
the Jets just turned it over.
Yes, they did. At least whenever the thing just popped up on.
Zach Wilson interception. Or?
That
we
was
have?
actually a fumble by.
Fumble?
I think it was a receiver that
By
fumbled.
Hall? Oh. Wilson?
No, the receiver fumbled. It was Garrett Wilson. Who
Yeah,
fumbled,
Garrett Wilson, the receiver, yeah.
Okay, good.
He's had a tough year because he's such a talent, but hasn't really had someone to get him the ball downfield.
Every day, every single day.
I've heard really good things about
Yeah. The Jets were not expecting to run it back with Zach Wilson for sure.
They definitely were not, but they've done a good job of making the most of it so far.
I think their ceiling is like 8 games. Like they're going to win like 8 games.
8 makes it 35.
Ooh, optimized with the ladies here. Suited ace jack.
A plus going to get in this game at perhaps the wrong time. Ace jack suited.
Can't blame him.
Makes the call. Barber with ace 10. Probably going to talk himself into defending that.
See,
that
I've
straddle.
seen Barber play enough. I bet he lets this go.
He should
oh,
consider
no,
letting
he
it
does
go.
continue. I've seen him make some somewhat tighter folds.
Yeah,
But
and a fold should be a consideration there. We're going to get a jack 9-9 flop here, which is going to be trouble for A plus. He flops top pair, and it's no good. And he's now wed for $60, saying this flop is better for a defender. Barber not going to explore the back door. 60 for optimizing. Makes the call. Going to see an over on the turn, the king. And that's going to not going to slow it down. It's going to be
not thrilled to see that.
105, I think. 105 from A plus. Gets dicier for optimize. He does block the straights that got there. Queen 10 did get there.
Yeah, I don't think he can fold yet either. He's got to.
Makes the call. 3 of hearts. If you were ahead before, you're still ahead.
Yeah, A plus telling the story here, and
260
quick
gets
call from
snapped. He just
Optimize.
flicks
He
it
got
in.
snapped.
Get wrecked.
I will say this: you notice things about bet pacing, and of course, when you can see the cards, it's a little bit easier. But I would say that in some cases, as fast as A plus bet there, it looked like you wanted to fold, because a lot of times if somebody has a really big hand, they're trying to extract value, they don't want to look too strong. They're going to think about it a little bit longer. But if you're trying to tell a story, you just kind of jam your chips out there, or have a tendency to. So I think that may be what Optimize picked up on. And Zeus with, I don't know, William, if we have a chat of the day, but Zeus says, Barber doesn't have me fooled. I know what Chevy Chase with a wig and glasses looks like.
I don't see the resemblance there. It doesn't look like Chevy
I mean,
Chase.
I see where he's going with it, but somewhat clever there, at the very least. Zeus, I don't know if you know Barber, but possibly.
Middle pair and a gutter for MH. Magic is going to bet the 75. Going to get called. Does Magic go for it again? He does 225, and this one gets it done. Magic
Wow.
was drawing dead there.
Nice aggression.
Doesn't matter if you're drawing dead if you're aggressive enough, unless they have the nuts, then, you know. Then you just lose.
And don't blame MH at all, or I don't blame MH at all for the fold there. And you call that bet, you're thinking about, well, I've got to call this bet, and what do I have to call on the river?
Yeah.
With a marginal hand.
The bets usually don't get any smaller.
Calls, 8, 9 fold. 1 call. 2 calls, 3 calls. 4 makes it 7.
All right, William, are we ready for points round 2?
Sure, after this hands, we
Let's
will
do that.
run it back.
But I can't remember if I tip. I just spike a tip, you know.
1 folds, 2 and 3 calls.
Gonna go 4 ways to this flop.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, it just feels so cheap, right? Like, hey, did I give you that $2 or not? Or $5?
Jack
Please
6-3.
remember 3 hands ago.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Jack for Uncle T. 6 for Magic.
2 checks, 3 bets, 225. 4 folds.
Magic does have middle pair and position.
But no desire to continue. Short barber goes away as well.
Yeah. As Zeus said, Chevy Chase is Hollywooding at the moment, I believe.
Lets it go. All right.
That one up later.
Campbell's away.
Go Stroud 10.
Oh, wow, we went right back to back there. In the chat, everybody.
I got
And
the
I
better of
lost
it.
again.
The juice is running.
7 folds. 8 folds, 9 folds. 1 fold.
I can't believe they have pistachios for $1 here. I can't believe those are $1.
Yeah, I like that.
It blows my mind. Like if you go to the store, it's like
Try to
two,
upcharge
two,
anything.
3 folds.
Jeffrey says, tough decision with the king 6 suited. Could appeal and saw the turn. I can understand that.
If you get to the flop, you got to call with the pair, I think. But I'm usually not getting to the flop with that hand anyway. So
Agreed.
That's 30.
But the position does make peeling make sense some of the time, at least.
yeah.
4 makes it 100.
A plus with top pair
5.
gets check raised by James, who has the gutter.
1 fold.
A plus not going anywhere yet. Deuce is not the straightener that James wanted. See if he continues to tell the story. It looks like he will. $200, about 80% pot. He's going kind of big here.
So Brendan said he knew he made it.
A plus going nowhere, makes the call. James needs a 4. He will not get it. Another deuce.
Can't shell it, toss it.
Does he
Pretty
triple
good.
off here?
Good card there for James. I'm sorry, for A+.
River's as safe as can be for him.
Very safe.
Basically no running deuces. $400.
Wow.
And I
Just
think A
got
plus might be stubborn here. He's going to make the
Yeah.
call, and he's going to be right. It's going to be a nice pot going A plus's way. James's first significant setback this evening. Well, it's been a very good night for him.
Playing well. Not afraid to put money in the pot.
If you're never caught bluffing, you're probably not bluffing enough.
Absolutely. Although it never quits hurting.
Yeah.
Just hope that's the small pots, not the big ones,
They've
right?
been doing it.
Yep.
Well, not. I shouldn't say they. I shouldn't say they. I shouldn't say they.
He's been doing it.
I feel like I'm playing with like
8 folds. 9 races to 35. Oh, this is much better than 8 dogs.
yeah, that's not saying
1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds,
35 from Chris.
7 folds. Heads up.
He's 6'5". Magic out flopping him with a 6. Check, check. $35 from Magic. We'll get the fold this time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you've already heard my opinion on the Jets and what their ceiling is. I could see Buffalo losing wild card week this year, honestly. Nobody in the AFC East impresses me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Bills have been a little less impressive than I think a lot of people expected. The Bengals are coming around. Started off slow, but
Yeah, here's hoping.
it's a long season. Even the Chiefs have sputtered, but had
They
a good
have.
game in Germany this week.
Yeah, they beat Miami.
Handily.
Like
Well,
I said,
relatively.
Miami has not impressed me either. Like, they haven't really beaten anybody.
They've just had a few offensive explosions that got people's interest, but they haven't really, I agree, they haven't
And
really
they
been
put
a
up
quality
70
team.
on the Broncos, so, that was a thing that happens. But usually you have to play a better team than my Denver Broncos.
Well, I tell you what, your Broncos have shown improvement. It looked very, very bleak there.
Yeah.
JTMNY35 says Bills won't make the playoffs. I don't know if I agree with that, but they don't look like as much of a lock as people thought going into the season.
Yeah. There's a jillion wild cards right now. If they get in, it's just because there's a jillion wild cards. Like right now, all of the wild cards, all three of them, go to the AFC North, actually. But they still have games against each other, so they're going to cannibalize each other a little bit. So maybe Buffalo's the 7th seed that gets their asses kicked on a wild card game. That's the one that's on Peacock that nobody's going to watch.
Very true.
And it wasn't
Nobody
worth
will
watching
watch.
anyway.
Thank you very much.
We are so never getting sponsored by Peacock after that.
I think you just ruined it, William.
Darn.
Yeah. Bomb pot.
I will say this, the one story out of the NFL we haven't touched on just yet is Dobbs coming into the Vikings and winning that game, barely knowing the offense, is incredibly impressive.
Yeah. It was against Atlanta, but it is still impressive.
Apparently the coach was actually saying what routes the players ran when he called the name of the play.
He didn't
in
even
his
know
helmet.
the players' names.
Didn't know the names. He was
He was just traded there 5 days
it
earlier.
is amazing. So
And, okay.
kudos to him.
Sorry about that, Scott. We'll try to crap on other teams.
7 checks, 8 checks.
Like, we have plenty of targets around here. I've already
7.
trashed my beloved Denver Broncos.
Scott, I think it's way too soon to be depressed about the Bills. You'll have a great quarterback. It starts there.
Yeah, there are some warning signs for sure. Chris, okay, so we have a note from the future that there was actually a misread, so his hand is going to be different than what you see here. As we see it, he has top 2, and he has a gut shot. And we'll find out in a bit how much of that is true.
7.
He made it 75. Uncle T with a set of 6s and a 4 made the call. James Reed Potts said he has the nut heart draw and a wrap on the bottom. He has top 2 on the top. Feeling pretty scoopable there. And Chris appears to have called the 380. Back to Uncle T. He has the set, and he has the emergency heart draw.
Players.
So the turns we go. A 7 and another ace on the bottom there. So club draw allegedly available for Chris. Up on top, nobody has made a straight, it looks like. Everyone checks. Queen of Hearts, Queen of Diamonds. A couple of brickier rivers. Graphics say that Uncle T somehow scoops with a pair of 6s on the bottom,
Pretty amazing.
and I'm not sure I believe that. That's the part I really don't believe. Set of 6s up top for him. Chris making it 350, and he's not insane, so he has to have something pretty good.
So we're told Chris has a straight, actually, so the graphics will update.
Well, okay, you guys want to spoil the surprise. I was, not you, yeah. I have your note. I do have your. Mel passed us a note saying, yeah, and I'm trying to build up the suspense here. And anyway, Chris made it 350. Uncle T, after some consternation, has made the call. James lets it go, and presumably that's a 5 and a deuce for Chris on the bottom.
5 deuce straight.
5 deuce for
Wow,
a wheel,
does scoop.
and that's a chop actually. So
Oh,
Uncle
that's
T has
right.
the set
We
of
have the-
sixes.
yeah,
Sixes.
graphics.
Good.
For anyone listening, the reason the graphics occasionally come out wrong is it's called radio frequency ID. So if a card, especially in a bomb pot, passes over one of the sensors in the table, it may read one person to have, or one player to have cards that maybe their table mate has. So occasionally that happens.
Yeah, and it's usually the one in the 9 seats that have this problem the
Thank
most,
you very much. Appreciate it.
because seats 2 and 8, their card might pass over the reader. So some more football discussion. What if the Broncos beat the Bills next Monday? Then I would be hitting the panic button in Buffalo
Small big.
if the Broncos beat them. And I'd also be slightly annoyed that we've screwed up our draft pick, because this season is going nowhere. Yes, we
Yeah.
beat the Chiefs, and that's a great moral victory, but this season is going nowhere, and I want the draft pick because we need to rebuild. I wonder what the real story was with the trade deadline last week, if they were always going to stand pat like they did, or if they just didn't get an offer they liked, or if maybe that win over the Chiefs let them delude themselves into thinking that they were close.
That they actually had a chance.
So many teams talk themselves into thinking they're close. Look at the Giants paying Daniel Jones after one so-so year. How's that working out?
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Even before
And
he got
actually,
hurt,
they
he
still don't get
sucks.
it. It's even worse for the Giants because Jones, as everybody knows, and he tore his ACL this last weekend, so they won't even get a good read on who he is until the middle of next year.
He sucked already. I was done with him.
Yeah.
I would have tagged him. Like, if you want to give him one more year, I would have tagged him this past year. And if Barkley ends up walking, he
That's
walks.
what I'm sure they regret not doing that, but I think he has 180 million guaranteed or something like that.
I don't know what the numbers
incredible
are.
number.
And, well, I'm not a Giants fan. 250 from MH on the turn here with top pair and A+.
Thank you.
Peels with the overs and the back door, and didn't get what he wanted on the turn. We see Magic and James, the big winners tonight. Both in the 4-figure win.
Thank you very much.
4-figure territory.
Optimize,
One pull.
unfortunately, the big loser, but got his money in as an 86% favorite, I believe, or 84,
Yeah,
and did not come out on top. So
yeah, he had bottom 2 pair on the turn against top pair, and then he ended up with 3 pair on the river, unfortunately.
never want to have 3 pair.
That's fine.
Top pair for Chris, optimize, floating against the min bet, the $5. Turn's going to pair the 3. This might be the end of it. Check, check.
Back to our quads game.
Chris has 3 pair, and 3 pair will win this time. $10, optimize. Not going to look him up with the jack high on this double paired board.
Thank you. Is it like 2,600?
Chris attacks weakness, man.
Oh, you know what? I think at that bomb pot, it said you scooped. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're clarifying
Rattle 10.
that last hand, so that last bomb pot. So the chip counts were, I think, off, and they were
Slightly
correcting that because it said Uncle T scooped, and he didn't scoop the bomb pot; he chopped it.
7 makes it 30.
Did I just see Ace King disappear? That's what you get for not being at the table.
9 makes it 150.
Seed 4 had a beautiful hand.
1 folds. 2 folds.
I could see McDermott getting fired.
7 folds. 8 folds. 3
I think they would have to have a really atrocious remainder of the year for that to happen this year, but most of the time, especially as good as they've been, a coach will get a little more leeway.
Top pair for Chris.
That's 175.
Gutter for Magic. Optimize with 6 high. And a dream.
Yes, he's got that all-important dream.
7 folds.
He's going to decide that the dream is over.
The dream ended there on the flop.
And it's Magic getting a pretty nice turn. Out-turning Chris with that queen. Magic still with the gut shot as well. 250, and what does Chris do now?
This is an interesting spot for Chris.
Makes the call. Inconvenient, it's an over, and it did also bring in one of the straights. Now the backdoor clubs come in as well, which Chris does block.
1,300 in the pot. Check,
Magic
check.
deciding that's enough.
Tough to bet on that board. Very connected.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think Buffalo hoped they were going to be in the Super Bowl by now. And it's like they're going to go through that cycle, make the playoffs, think you got something, and then not go anywhere. And you got to be careful, otherwise it's going to be like another Marvin Lewis in Cincinnati. Like that guy hung on to the job forever, and they're just making the wild card round and losing every year. Like, okay, you've got a really great coach, a coach who's really great at winning like 9 games.
Or like Lovie
gonna-
Smith in Chicago.
And you're not going to
Always pretty good.
Yeah.
Never great. Yeah, I think a big part of it too, and anyone that knows football knows this, but is once you pay your quarterback, it's really tough. Unless your guy is a top 5 guy,
Yeah,
like
your
Mahomes or
window is when you've got your quarterback on a rookie contract.
absolutely.
And at least one other key piece on a rookie contract. Use 10-4 as we go a million ways to this flop.
3 checks. 5 checks.
MH
Nobody
has a
with
pair
an
of
ace.
4s. Chris's 5s are the best hands. 7. Anyone got a 7? Barbara's got a 7.
And not excited about it. Nor should he be.
5 checks. Check. 9
Check, 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 check.
More
3 on the
blanks.
end.
checks. 2 checks, 3 checks, 5.
Barbara's going to be good if we get to showdown. Don't think anybody's going to bluff into a 5-way pot. Chris says, I have 5s. Can you beat that? Barbara says, yes. 7's bigger than a 5.
That run out was unlike Alec Baldwin. We were shooting blanks.
That got dark.
Small bit. Straddle.
Stack
Too
it
soon?
slowly. Enjoy it. Savor it. Savor every chip.
Right. Well, the reason Chris
And
has
to
a lot
think
less
he's from
than you
Long
has a lot more
Island.
is because the bomb pop
Is he
was
really?
stuff,
He is.
And it
know
said
that.
that you scooped it. So he
A
didn't
lot of
get
us are
half.
terrible people.
Well, in fairness,
Sorry for
other
live
than
stream.
just the little joke,
7.
I highly doubt that he had any idea it wasn't a
She said
blank.
she had
So,
Yeah.
you know,
8.
No,
not to get into that, but
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I'm
very
talking
unfortunate.
about like plenty of other things he's done over the years.
yeah, actually.
Yeah, we'd have to stop
Yeah.
the game and get like the counts. And, one holds, 2, 3, and calls. 3 players.
Top pair for both of our Queen Jack holdings.
He's disappointed in you. 8.
See, A+ has a cheering section.
Said she doesn't care. She didn't say that. One goes.
Thanks for joining, Zach. This will be interesting. It's always fun when folks have the same hand. See, reasonably often somebody blows somebody else off their equity. Probably not in this case.
A plus gonna try. Gonna try and get a little value, he thinks. 85 the bet.
8 goes.
Not a very juicy board, so yeah, that's a flat. Ooh.
The ace may
Check,
scare him.
check. Well, actually, it could be check bet. Optimize could fire on the river to try to take it away.
He checks it over.
Got a queen.
Queen and out.
Yeah, they
Check,
just
check.
take their showdown.
Drop it up.
All right. Good thing we don't take a rake here in Texas. All the money stays on the table. Players pay a club access fee. As is the norm in the social clubs around Texas.
Draw 10.
You gotta fight for your rights.
Take a quick moment between hands and plug the Turkey Shootout, TCH Houston. Going into the second week of that. Mystery Bounty up next. Starting Thursday, 100K guarantee. Or rather, starting Wednesday. My mistake. Starting Wednesday. 100K guarantee, 300 buy-in.
1 call.
Mystery Bounty. Should
Great
be a
tournament.
good one.
40. 45. That's 45.
That is how I got started here at TCH. Bought into a low stakes tournament.
3 calls.
Got second.
There you go. That's how they
Thought
get you.
maybe I know what I'm doing. I didn't, but I've tried to figure it out since.
Uncle T choosing to flat ace king from the small blinds, living very dangerously. Definitely a spot where usually you're going to see a re-raise. Instead, he's going to take it 4 ways out of position
4 play.
with an offsuit hand.
Probably a little trappy there. And blanks.
7-4 deuce. And he's going to have a hard time thinking he has the best hands. Barber has the spade draw. Nobody has a pair yet. Uncle T does hold a spade. Barber is betting. $55.
4 folds. 1
Uncle T calling with the ace king. Heads up to the turn. 8 doesn't help anybody. Can he stand another street of pressure? Barber will probably be betting here.
Yeah, good
Queen
time
high,
to bet.
not
Has
that
to.
great.
I think Uncle T probably releases here.
Goes a third.
Oh, he keeps going.
Trying to look
He
milky.
does have the best hand.
Uncle T calls, to the river we go. The 8 pairs on the end. Does Barber
card.
follow through here?
Good call, or good card for Uncle T if he thought he was ahead already.
Yeah, if he was ahead, he probably still had. Barber
Oh, wow,
giving
Barber
up.
gives up.
Oh,
Uncle
my.
T wins.
He's going to wish he hadn't given up here.
Yeah,
That's the nightmare.
Any
You
bet
give
there
up and you
wins.
get shown ace high. A hand that maybe you could have
Thank you very much.
gotten him off of.
Draw 10.
Those like Yeezy Crocs.
No, they're just cards.
They almost look like the Yeezy boots on the bottom.
No, they're just regular cards.
I've never seen Crocs like that. Design in the heel.
Scan for me. Let's see. 8. Okay, we got it. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 raises 35. 3 folds.
Barber with some snowmen.
Speaking of snowmen, just yesterday,
5.
I'm driving through my neighborhood. I see one of my neighbors putting up Christmas lights.
135.
Just a
On
hair
November 5th.
preemptive.
November 5th, they're putting up Christmas lights.
He called.
Just a little early.
Ace Queen put in the 3-bet, got called. 7 deuce deuce. We've seen that one
Yeah,
before
we have.
tonight.
Yeah, it's a good day to play 7 deuce. Apparently.
75 from Barber, or from James rather. Barber with the overpair.
ADC Scooter says hello.
Hello, to
Hello,
you.
Scooter.
230.
Barber going to raise that overpair before this board gets any worse. Makes it 230.
That's gonna have to work, I would think. James looks like he has some ideas.
All in. He's going to.
He does jam.
Barber
Wow.
all in. Barber's got to the flop with
That's a
about
good play.
$1,000 total.
If I'm Barber, I'm not loving this.
It's like you have an overpair or you have ace king, ace queen. Famous last words in poker. I put you on ace king. Diamond draws are available. He calls.
Oh wow, nice call by Barber. Does
Barber gonna
does have to fade.
He's got to fade an ace, a queen, or running diamonds. Twice is nice. Here we go. Barber takes the first board.
Oh,
There's the ace on the second
pot.
one.
So since we have a sizable chopped pot there, what's your philosophy on running it multiple times? I actually like 1 or 3.
I definitely prefer 3.
That's my
I like to run
preferred.
more than once. I'm fine running
Yeah.
more than once. I'll do whatever, generally. I like 3 better than 2, given the choice. More likely
totally
to have
agree.
a winner.
Yeah, and I think people aren't quite used to that totally. But if I have a player that if we're in a big pot and they say, "Hey, do you mind if we run it twice?" I say, you know, I want 1 or 3, and they always say 3. So
Straddle and 9. Optimize straddle.
it's good to have a winner, but
It is.
reduce your variance a little bit.
Queen of diamonds.
10s for Barber.
Yeah, he
Bit of an upgrade from that last hand.
Shove it in.
Hey,
Just put it in there. That's what she said.
35, 3 folds.
Come on, optimize really? 2 low?
7.
Ace Jack was still worse the other night.
got a couple hours left. I don't think we've had 2 real big pocket pairs heads up yet.
Not yet.
It's likely to happen. ADC Scooter says once and only once. That's not a bad way to go about it.
You're 40 now.
I mean,
Two, 1 and 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 folds. 5 makes it 30.
made it 133
I thought I saw kings.
and I bet.
Maybe it was an early read there. There
He was
they
the
are.
straddle.
Yeah,
Sometimes the straddle pops up
Yeah.
before you press the button.
there's kings.
So, of course, the 3-bet comes in, and that clears everything out because
Thank you.
they're
Nobody with
messing
much.
around.
Small big.
Chris sadly chewing on his protein bar after a small pot with kings.
But hey, at least he didn't see an ace on the flop.
You know, I hate this term, but you know they say you win a small one or lose a big one. You
Yeah.
won a small one there, but
I don't care. I'll always run play.
1 folds.
oh, we got A+. Is that a Kansas City hat or is that a different? That's not Kansas City.
I'm not sure.
It's an interesting logo.
I'm not sure if he's repping Kansas City there.
4 makes it 20, 5 folds.
Jets are still losing, if anybody's wondering.
Play without you.
9 folds.
14 nothing.
20?
You guys are capable of making calls.
What's the Zach Wilson line
Call 4
or
plays.
stat line?
I
you
have,
have it there?
I did not pay attention.
Barber called.
I don't get that deep with this usually.
Go back. Don't need to wait. Okay.
Wilson, 8 for 12, 45 yards. Man, after a little
Not
over a
doing
quarter.
much.
I thought you were contemplating calling the ACB. Yeah, I was like, I'm way behind. Yeah, I was really worried.
9 checks.
Graphics have to get themselves fixed here.
Catching
See,
up.
Barber's got a pair of kings,
2 checks, 4 checks.
3s for James.
Everyone checks. Sorry, we gotta get
And
caught
magic.
up, yeah. I don't. Yeah, okay. Yep, and then checks around. Yep, checks around.
Ace on the turn.
9 checks.
Aces and 3s for James now.
2 checks.
Pulling ahead of Barber's king.
We're at 60.
60 from James.
9 folds.
Good fold.
Yep.
Dang. Small big. You can straddle if you want, Barber.
Purely voluntary. Oh, no.
You're big blind. I don't know what happened over here.
No, this is.
I said that was his, and this is yours, right? You can take that down.
This is mine.
3 calls.
Aces for James.
Are you telling me? Because
There we go.
Sorry.
Ooh, and gets 3-bet.
That's the dream right there. MH
50, 5 made it
going a bit light there.
7 folds.
150. 3-betting with Jack 9.
You need barrels live stream. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just making a bit of a guess here. MH has been pretty card dead, so I've done this myself. You get a little trying to press the action a bit.
Um,
Jack 9 suited, not a bad hand to play necessarily. Deep stacked, middle position, but this was not the right time.
here comes the 4-bet, it looks like.
Raise
And he
the
And a
lets it go.
snap fold.
folds. Thank you. 85 weight.
It can get frustrating to sit there and just fold, 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 fold.
And
Small big, optional straddle.
Really thought I was stacking you. I was like salivating. Aces.
No more post ace.
I hope so if he pulled it. I don't know. Just make the soul read the king.
Yeah. Good fold.
Good fold, good
Easy.
fold.
Sorry, easy fold.
Easy fold against me.
Easy fold.
5 makes it 30. 7 folds, 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold.
MH getting right back on the horse, making it 30. Gets 3 callers. And there's the ace. Aces and 10s for MH. Uncle T with the 10 of his own.
Barber with a
He's
big
got
draw.
the straight flush gut shot, the steel wheel gut shot. He can win the high and the low.
5 makes it 250.
Said like a true mixed game player.
MH raising to 250 over Uncle T's 75. And Barber with a combo draw. A lot of equity, but probably behind right now in terms of an actual hand. The one thing he doesn't want to see is some kind of king high heart draw, to where he could legitimately have like 1 to 4 outs. Chooses the call. Uncle T with middle pair and the back doors. A lot of heat though. Like, what do we think the turn bet's going to be?
Wow, Uncle T
the
comes
call.
along.
870 in the middle as we go 3 ways to the turn. 6 of clubs. Useless turn
Barber
card here.
still with a big draw, but
And the problem is you lose equity. Every street you miss, you're going to lose equity here.
a lot of equity.
Over to MH. Presumably going to fire again. That 6 improves pretty much nothing that's going to make it this far.
5 bets, 5.
Wow, MH. So Barber now has a pretty gross spot, really. He has a huge draw, but
And this is a committing size here.
exactly, his stack is such that he can only jam or fold. A lot of money out there. $575 to win, about 1,500.
Nice
Technically,
thing.
that's very close on odds if he could see the cards.
And the nice thing is you get to realize all your equity. Not going to have any river decision to make at this point.
Yeah, I see the pain in his face. I don't like this spot either at all. But
You almost wish you had just ripped it on the flop.
exactly, yeah.
This is the risk of playing 5-3.
He's got to put it in or fold. This is a
I can't ever make it.
$1,400 decision. Speaking of the bet plus his remaining chips.
He does move all in. Uncle T gets out of there.
Wow.
MH flicks it in. Barber looking for a 4 or a
Are
heart.
they going to run it more than once?
Looks like they're going
just
twice.
one. They are.
That's a
going
brick.
twice.
And that is a
Wow.
brick as well.
Brick.
Aces and 10s going to hold both times. Barber going to get stacked by MH. The combo draw. Not finding improvement.
Sorry, I kind of was like caught up in the act.
Very tough spot there for Barber. Nice hand for MH. He's been very patient. We saw him.
$2,500 pot getting pushed his way. Patience pays off sometimes.
Absolutely.
Pop a 10. Did that happen to you?
That happened on both of my fingers. Like,
Dante says hi. Hi, Dante. Hope you enjoyed that Eagles game.
like my right hand in the next session.
Hey, Dante.
Okay, I could go with my
Probably a bigger
Nice
sweat than you
seats.
imagined.
That's what you don't do.
I saw just the ends of the game yesterday. I was watching the race and then switched over to football after that was done. And
All right, you guys got Maui
yeah,
coming in.
I mean,
Good luck, everyone.
that got way closer than it should have been.
It was a great game. The one part, the silver linings, so for those listening, Dante and Chad, he does the commentary here at TCH as well. And he's an Eagles fan, was at the game. Great seats. They won. But I'm a Cowboys fan. I'm glad we get to run it back during the regular season.
Yeah, you guys do get to play twice a year.
If you use it at all,
And we got a dealer change. Who we have in the box now, Mal? Maui. We got Maui in the box. Going to wash up this new deck of cards.
You're going Condom Art.
We're going to have ourselves a bomb pot, as we often do when we change dealers here, whether it's on stream or off.
100%. Talking to a guy who popped his
Take a moment to remind you of Gratitude Tuesday, every Tuesday this November, TCH Austin, half off your club access fee. Also have quads of the day going.
permanent damage.
Complete rules at TexasCardHouse.com. $1,400 today for sixes.
Falling to your death.
We've got the turkey shootout going on. TCH Houston.
Yeah.
Mystery Bounty coming up this week. $300 buy-in, 100K guarantee there. And a holiday monster happening Black Friday, TCH Spring. 135 buy-in, super affordable price point. As things usually are on Black Friday, they're affordable, and no exception there. Be sure and check all of that out if you're around. So we get our flops here. A queen would be pretty nice to have. Uncle T with a straight on the bottom.
Your hand's dead.
Waiting for things to get caught up, I think. Cards are
Here, I'll do one
being
card.
difficult scanning.
Tough for bump pots.
Seed 4 in particular seems to not want to scan.
Same card on 2 boards up here. Still.
And
Actually,
yeah, here we go. Also getting the boards themselves fixed because little hiccup there.
I might have to report that for.
Furious button pressing on the other side. Everybody checks. Here's the third queen on the turn. Second heart on the bottom of the 3 of hearts. And
Set of 10s for Magic.
yeah, James missing a card there, so we don't have equities here. Optimize, calling ace, king, king, 7, which has the nut flush draw and the second nut flush draw. I think we were going 3 ways to the river.
Trust me, you want to give it like 6 weeks. Or like 6 weeks to him.
Flushes will miss.
Like 6 days. That should be good enough.
Deuce and a 9.
You'll be in pain forever.
It's heads up. Magic and optimize.
You'll heal.
Going
Yeah,
to
yeah.
chop here.
Pain forever.
Eat a couple more
Pair of
blocks.
kings going to be good for optimize.
That's my
Set of
problem.
10s on the bottom for magic.
Eat a couple more fries then, and you also do good. Yeah.
I'd say heading back from Philly. Have a good trip back down here.
Safe travels, Dante.
20 white stuff.
I've connected through Philadelphia far too many times. I'll be like 50-50 whether my bag actually makes it out of there with me on the next flight. Then, of course, you also get the sometimes the sprint to the bus to or from the F terminal.
Oh, wow.
Perhaps that's changed in recent years. It's been a while since I've been there, but
Got the ace king on
the regionals would all be in a terminal that's a different building, and there would be a bus that would run from that terminal to the other one, and
Go ahead and stack that hand so you're good. Yeah, yeah.
it's a mess.
That's, yeah.
Actually, I was just realizing, I don't think I've ever even had a layover in Philly, and I've traveled a lot for work and other
You
things,
would
but
have misplayed it. You'd have got like
I
mid
don't
value.
think I've ever been there.
You would have been sad.
Oh,
watching
we,
that.
we have the Robbie.
That's like the most upsetting. is when I
The
get
Jack
moved
four.
out.
Big hands in LA.
Uncle T has a couple of 5s.
Yeah, just letting the graphics get caught up
Nobody's
here.
really flopped a set with a small pair. Maybe time. Not yet. Gutter for James.
And it's for A plus as well. We'll make it 60 and we'll take it. A plus, not afraid to bet without having it.
Seems to typically be right when he plays a little bit aggressively.
Looks like Magic's got the 20 on this hand.
Straddle action.
Is that a straddle?
pump fake from Chris.
He realized he hadn't grabbed enough chips.
I've certainly done that. Magic with a playable Broadway hand.
Deciding to
Raises
play
it.
it as a raise. Up to 170.
Hasn't been super active recently. That's going to look pretty strong to Chris.
Rebetting an earlier position opener. He says he's the cutoff, but he was the second to act pre-flop. Chris will call with that suited ace. We'll go heads up. Pair of jacks for Magic. Gonna be the better hands here. Middle pair.
Small bet.
Just
Relative to the
$100.
pot.
Less than a third. And that will get it done.
Can't win them all, but I will say there that for Chris, that's can be a frustrating outcome, but he put the money in with the best hand and he folded when he didn't.
Yep. James going to break up the limp fest with a $60 raise. And MH calls, so see how many more calls we get. Usually, no, MH is raised to 180. My mistake.
Suited connector.
I was going to say one call usually leads to a bunch more. And he decided to head that off with a re-raise, which will at least get this heads up. James will go to the flop here with him. Interesting flop here. We got a heart draw for James on Jack
Wow.
7-3. MH does have a gutter, and he is the 3-better. So he could definitely bet at this. 125, the C-bet. And
It's basically
James
an
with a combo
automatic
draw
bet.
here. He does have the heart draw and the gutter.
Based on the way James has played, I suspect we're going to see a raise.
This is a board where you want to raise for sure. MH has an overpair or just ace high. You would love ace high to fold. And if he doesn't fold, you have a combo draw and you're the equity favorite against even an overpair. So
Here it comes. Looks like
goes
500?
huge here.
450.
450.
Yeah, MH has probably got to get rid of a gutter here.
Yeah, he has next to nothing. You either run an insane bluff or you fold here, one or the other. Call
It
is
would
the
be a
worst
very
option.
impressive bluff if he jammed, but oh wow!
Oh
he's
my
gonna
God,
call.
he called.
Okay.
MH gonna need a 4 or one of his pair outs that's not a heart. Instead, it's gonna be James turning a pair of 8s. Open ender now for MH. That said, not all of those ends are good. Only one end is good.
Oh goodness!
9 would be quite disastrous for him.
Oh, he
But it won't come to that. James is going to,
jam fold.
yeah, he shoves for just over
Yeah.
pot. And obviously 6 high is going to not put money in there. But you know what? It was a value bluff. The
What's
whole
the
way
value
it was
bluff?
value bluff. 10 high was good.
It was good.
Didn't
It's
even
pretty
need the
amazing.
8.
One of the bigger pots on the turn. 10 high is good.
I love to see the universe where MH did try something insane rather than call, and then he gets snapped by the combo draw and it breaks out and 10 high wins.
That would have been tough.
That would have been a heck of a highlight, though.
Yeah, it would have been a good highlight. Yeah.
A plus going to take himself some blinds with King Queen. I see no chips in front of C2. I think Barbara called in a night, maybe. Yes, I have confirmation. Barbara called in a night after that unfortunate business with the combo draw.
Got a tough spot there and then bricked out.
Yeah, I think the time to pull the trigger was on the flop,
Yeah.
just in case there's ever a universe where they don't have an ace. Like, the whole thing was risky business. I don't often defend with 5-3 for that reason.
Is this our first pair of jacks? I think it
I
may
believe
be.
so. Suited broadways for Magic 10s
Oh,
for
and here we go.
Optimize.
With position, 10s versus jacks.
Ooh, and we got the Steam
Oh,
Dola in seat
goodness.
9, the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts. And he folds. Party foul, folding the Steam Dola. Shout out to him.
Good fold.
I know Jamin Burton swears by the 5-3 suited sometimes, jokingly, but I just can't do it. I can't bring myself to it. It does miss sometimes.
Yeah, it is tough. Oh,
And
goodness.
MH going for the 4-bet. Chris going to take a little victory lap, I'm sure, seeing that the 4-bet
Clearly
wasn't
he
coming.
was behind. Yeah.
That was the problem with cold calling with the 8s. The action's still open.
They're deep enough. I don't see Optimize folding here. He may decide just to set mine, thinking
Yeah,
he's
call
behind a bigger
seems
pair.
best. If you re-raise, you get called by Ace-King and a bunch of stuff that beats you. King, 5. Well, good news, bad news for both players.
Could
It's
be
an
a
over,
bit of
but
an
it's
action
2 of
killer.
them, and it's not the ace. Does
Optimize the
MH
only one with the backdoor diamond.
MH does want to keep telling the story. 225.
I don't think Optimize can fold here. Too much in the pot.
What's MH's 4-betting range? That's the question here.
If he can get away here, this would be a very impressive fold.
Yeah, but
If he can't,
what's the 4-betting range is the real question here.
yeah, exactly.
Do we give him anything smaller than 10s ever? Do we give him any ace
He lets it
queens?
go.
No,
Really
we don't.
impressive. Very impressive. Yeah, he's losing to overpairs. He's losing to any king, obviously.
Yeah. You have to hope he somehow has like 9s or some kind of suited connector that he went crazy with, or like ace-5 suited,
Yeah,
and it's not diamonds. Like, what's he 4-betting and then continuing on?
yeah. Great fold. Not the majority of players, I would say, were able to get away there.
Yeah.
Nice play by Optimize.
I called him, I would have called you, I just didn't want to be right in the middle of you two.
You don't like being a sandwich?
Got a raise here from Chris. He's got a pair of 3s.
Medium well, dude.
Magic. Queen 6. The raise works. Chris wins a small one.
That's why we raise. Give everyone a chance to fold and just win it without seeing any more cards.
Got Magic up 2K. Optimize down 3.3. Barber missed his draw. Down 1.5 and away from the table. Uncle T, MH, James all winning. Magic with the fabled ace-5 suited, raising.
Seems fair. Takes it.
Here's some
Aces.
aces. Bullets for Magic.
One kind of small, 75. Ace King for Chris. Cooler alert.
Ooh. King high flop would be crushing.
250 the 4-bet. A plus with the Steam Dola. And a 4-bet pop, though, this would be a little bit more understandable. And
He
let
lets
it go.
it go. Good fold.
Mandatory fold after it's 4-bet to you.
Yeah, he's shown he's not afraid to put money in the pot, but yeah, definitely a good fold there.
The question for Magic is 5-bet or call here. Chris has more behind than the graphic says because of a miscount with the bomb pot earlier. It is going to be the 5-bet from Magic with 800. Chris has probably about 1,300 or so in front of him, maybe a little more.
Yeah, around that.
And this would be fairly
Tough
committing.
spot
It's
here.
Ace King.
Most likely deciding on a jam or a fold.
You don't think he'll call and try to outflop queens?
Possibly, but that's... You'd rather see all 5.
Lets it go.
Good, great fold.
That could have been so
Magic,
much worse for him. He's
gentleman,
gonna
shows
show
him
it.
the bullets.
Looks like a reload
Chris.
for Chris.
Feeling like a poker savant now. Getting away from that for the minimum. Always a good feeling, even when you lose.
For sure.
I think
Small
I'd
pot.
take a little bit.
I was like,
Yeah. I would take a little bit.
against Bluffalo, no way, man, no way.
Big tank, big tank.
If I'm Magic, I probably go a little bit bigger with the 3-bet pre-flop. And then the 4-bet probably ends up being bigger. And then even out of position, we could just call and have a small enough stack to pot that we can get it in if we want, which will
Yeah.
almost always get it in.
I didn't see anything, but I was close. Just like I was like looking at it. Almost.
Looks like we're going to have a 4-way flop here. King 10-4. Hard to make a pair.
Ace Queen actually in front with equity, even though no pair versus James Trey's.
Which are going to dip out. Heads up we go. Ace Queen versus Ace 9. Uncle T's still out front. A plus seems to be giving up here. And now they both make top pair, and A plus probably going to be on the hook for the $100 that Uncle T just bet. Makes the call, sees the bad news. Another one for Uncle T. Be nice in the chat. No need to complain about our little point game here.
There's a lot of points.
Ace King again. Ace King again.
It's a lot of Ace Kings. Nobody's flopped a set with a small pair yet.
And I don't
Feels
think they're
very
going to
due.
this time. That's just my prediction. I don't think we're going to get to
I'll
that
tell you
point.
what, Uncle T would get paid out nicely if it went ace high flop with a 5.
Instead, he's going to fold.
He's going to fold.
We're going to have these Ace Kings
Understand.
battle it out. $325 gets called. Heads up to the flop we go. MH has the betting lead. They both have the Ace King, and they both pretty much missed this flop. James has the backdoor club, so the teeny tiny free roll for him. If we get that far. 175, the bet from MH.
Not fun to continue out of position if you're James. You
Overs and backdoors, he can call once.
call once or even raise and just try to win it right there. But
That's not the turn that they were hoping for.
we know it's a brick. Nobody likely to have an 8 here.
Yeah. This will chop if it makes it to showdown now. MH going to try and prevent that outcome.
I think that's going to prevent it. Plenty of queens in MH's range.
And pairs, he can still have pairs.
And pairs, yeah.
Unless James wants to do something bonkers here, I think he's going to have to fold.
It'd be a heck of a play, but I can't see him doing anything other than, yeah, folding or raising. But yeah, nice play by MH.
And it all started pre-flop with that aggression. Gave himself the betting lead and let himself keep firing.
And don't blame James there either. We know they had the same hand, but tough to continue there out of position, especially knowing you're going to face a river bet most likely.
You want to talk poker, be the change you want to see. What do you want to talk about poker? Let's talk. There's some hands you want to talk about, or no? Like the chat is whatever you guys want it to be, as long as it's not like politics or something, or like you say something crazy that you know.
There was a little bit of chatter about some hands earlier about
There
the
was.
King 6 suited hand. Obviously, we're going to start with poker, but if y'all want to
We're running good there.
bring up anything, we'll entertain it.
If I can't get
How about those Texas Rangers winning the World Series?
What you might guess.
Pretty amazing. I think they were definitely the best team.
Yeah, I don't think there was any doubt that they were beating Arizona.
Yeah, it felt like an unfair fight.
It was the
the
gentleman's
beginning.
sweep.
Not a snapful. What?
snap call for me.
I lived
I
in
know.
Dallas when they lost the World Series last time, so even though I'm an Astros fan, I was partially happy to see them win.
Wait, by the way, what is the world coming to that we have bullpen games in the World Series now?
Yeah, that.
I think.
Yeah.
No, maybe they're not a snapful.
And I don't know what
Ace King
Strange.
again.
Unless he's holding a queen.
Uncle T dominated here with his King Queen.
King Queen suited is a pretty looking hand,
What?
And I don't
but
fucking know. Not a queen,
this
not a
case
pair.
dominated. Oh,
Pretty
wow.
looking flop. Kings and Queens gonna outflop Magic's King.
This is going to be a pretty time to have it.
Under pair, not bottom pair, and not a queen. So it's
100 from Magic.
Yeah, there you go. You got it.
ace king.
Ace king. The king is close.
No flush draws.
In position.
Just gonna
Makes
flat.
the call. Knows he can get more bets in if he wants. He's in position.
Not a great turn.
10, meh. Ace Jack gets there. 10s that fire to see bet once
Yeah.
get there. The 10's not that bad, and now Magic gonna let Uncle T do the heavy lifting. He's
No
gonna
way
go
Magic's
just a third
folding.
pot. Magic calls. That's a really cheap price to give a draw, though. 5 of diamonds, perfectly safe. If I'm Uncle T, I'm going a bit bigger here.
Ace has a club, like, probably shouldn't be betting.
Yeah, Magic also checked somewhat quickly, like he was trying to get the showdown. So
300.
I imagine he's just
Uncle
going
T
to flat
going
call
less than
this, and
half
that's going to
again.
be it. And he does.
Uncle T doesn't seem to go big very often.
Yeah, it seems to, once he makes a big hand, potentially be a little bit trappy, but yeah, a raise on the flop there would have earned him quite a bit more money.
I don't raise flop if I'm him. I do go bigger on the turn.
Yeah.
I don't bet 1/3 and give a super duper great price to any jack that might be sitting there open-ended, like a queen jack or a king jack.
Still a very nice spot.
Yeah.
Uncle T's up 1.5K after that hand.
You had a little too much.
That's why I'm doing it.
If you had like 2K, I probably would have ripped it.
Even that's kind of crazy. But 2K is the 200 big
Ace jack 5. It's going to be a top pair for A plus and Chris. Second flush draw on the turn. Uncle T has the gutter. I don't think he'll be getting there, though. 50 from Chris gets called. 9 on the end. That would have made him a straight, wouldn't it? Oh, well. Check, check with the flush coming in. Not check, check. My mistake. A plus. Did decide to bet it here. Chris's kicker does play, and he will make the call. He will get rewarded for his call.
I'm like, dude, guess what I was playing, Chris? It's my favorite game. I'm like, well, I'm drawn to it.
Forgot about the Quest Java 10-8. It's always coming
Yeah, I
tonight.
was just thinking
It's
about
always
that.
coming tonight.
I'm like, oh my gosh. Should have learned it.
Optimize opening to 30. Three deuce. Misses him and both callers. Well, Optimize with the diamond draw. So he doesn't miss. That'll get it done. Bomb pot time, king 10-4. Jack 10-3, 2 hearts on that board. Nut heart draw for A+. Set of kings for James.
Oh, it's on me.
Kings and 10s, jacks and 10s for Magic. Inferior heart draw on the bottom. This could be trouble for him. 25. A bet. A+ calls. So does James, so does MH. MH with a set of 4s. And now MH with a spade draw on the top. Quite a one-way hand still. Everyone checks. Queen and a deuce, so pretty straight-looking board on top. Magic holding the king-high straight. Magic with deuces full of jacks on the bottom. He's going to scoop. Makes it 170. A+ will get out of there. James gonna make the call. He's got trip deuces and he's got a set of kings. He figures he's gonna win half. But not this time. Magic is gonna win it all. Straight in a boat. That pot goes Magic's way.
What did you have a Jack, juice is full of jacks? Yeah, oh, yeah, juice. Yeah, I had Jack 10 to start.
Yeah, two pairs.
Yeah, the flop.
All right, back to holding. So we're well into the third hour here.
I know.
Yeah.
I just said a kings with a deuce.
Deuces full of jacks.
I'm like always winning. Let's play always winning half.
I wish you would pot me.
What?
I wish you would, like, raise me.
Nah.
Looks like the 15 is on. A+ is 40 gets called by Chris. And they both miss. Queen 6 deuce. Check, check. Another brick. A+ Goes for the 40, gets it through.
Stack size might be off there on the bottom.
Yeah, just a little.
Another one heading his way.
Deceiving.
Yeah.
This is a mango shoot, really. Yeah. I'll just cover it up and be like, just check the screen. Just check the screen. You want to have her at like 2400, I think brings it up.
So C9 is 26. Maybe 3,000.
Yeah, it's 3,000 at 24.
Yeah.
Did you add on?
I had it on 15.
Yeah, on
It was wrong
And then it was
before,
off
right?
by 1,000.
Yeah, and it's off by a little, so if she adds 24, it's good.
Who's the
Close enough.
lucky
I think
recipient?
we're getting Chris's add-on right now.
What's that?
Yeah.
1, 2.
Why your two that messed up the bomb pod,
He's
really.
talking about how your two stacks are wrong.
Players should let the dealers know when they add on.
You got the fake.
The only way production knows is if they're told.
You can just give it to him. That'd make
Yeah,
it all
yeah.
even.
I just giving it out. Yeah, correct the stack. Floor comes out for you. You have it.
50 from Optimize, A plus calls. James with a king jack of diamonds. We know someone who loves that hand. Makes the call. MH not going to pursue the 5-3 suited. We'll go 3 ways to the flop. King 4 deuce, 2 spades. That would have been a heck of a flop for a 5-3 suited. Instead, A plus with a gutter. Top pair for James. Just think MH could have seen that flop and then he could have gotten stacked. Optimizes 90, gets called by A plus. James actually has a hand. He will make the call. To the turn we go. Still 3 ways. Another 4. Middle card pairs. Nobody has a 4. James just fading an ace or a 3 at this point. As we check through. The river is Queen of Spades, which does bring in the front door spades. Nobody with a flush. Do Optimizer A plus want to consider betting with one of their flush blockers here? The answer is no. James going to take it.
Part of the way, Chris.
Yep.
Oh, now we're over.
We're good.
Close enough.
Nice hand.
Makes it look like you're up. Yeah.
Big profit. Who'd you win it off of?
Yeah.
Looks like
I
you
didn't
just took
I
it
didn't
off
win
Uncle
it yet.
T.
He won it off of his
This was in
pocket.
the next door bit. This is the next door.
That was invisible
It's a
hand.
protection.
Yeah, sure stuff. Very boring. Pretty exciting. Last week was super boring.
Yeah, I think there's like 1 4-bet.
Yeah, there was like 2 all-ins or 3 all-ins the whole night.
Yeah, I think there was like 2 pots above like 1,000.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
There's only 2, yeah, above
Really bad.
$1,000.
We had like a full table though.
Yeah. I feel like when the
A
table
plus and Optimize both have hearts as they go to this flop heads up.
I think it depends on what it's full of.
Jack 9-7, only 1 heart.
Chris, it's gonna be like all in everything.
Yeah.
Open ender for Optimize. Better for A plus.
It's pretty nitty.
This man told me they king to me, and I'm like, okay, that tells me more about
And it is Optimize who's going to lead into A plus. Middle cards perhaps
Pull that
better
ace
for
king
him.
for you.
Yes.
Free flop.
A plus over, gutter, backdoor nut hearts.
I've only done that against like him, pretty much.
Not going to continue.
Good fold.
You could consider appeal there.
Could, but personally, I would. Very tough to know where you're at.
If the turn is an ace or an 8, you're probably getting paid there.
There you go.
True.
Okay. People think we're related.
If it's a heart,
Op/G.
you have enough outs to call off, if that's what it comes to.
I think it also depends on if you feel like you can bluff your opponent on the turn after peeling. Some people shut down. They have one C-bet, and then they're done.
Yeah. I do think taking a turn, especially in position, was a viable option if you wanted to go that route.
Just kidding. These are city miles. I tell these guys all the time, I identify.
And this time it's A+ with the open ender. Yeah, so A+ going to take this one.
Dude, I hated that ever since like people started calling me sir. Even when I was like a kid, it made me feel so old. It made me feel old.
How you doing tonight, sir? And I'm like,
Nice to have A+ with us. Have you played with him?
I'm not sure that I've played with him.
I don't think I have either. So good to have him on stream.
As we get into the last hour here of our 2-5, sometimes 10. Noam and Holden.
We are at a record number of hands, or about to be, 92 with an hour to go. So
If that's not the record, it's pretty darn close.
it's going to have to be what we get to, because I don't think I've ever eclipsed 100.
I have. Multiple
I think
times.
I've been at 100, but what do you think the most is?
I've been
for
closer
you?
to 120.
Okay.
I lasted one hand.
Yeah, we might get there.
Be sure to join us pretty much every day of the week. We're on air on this channel, TCH Live Poker on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe, get the notifications on, find out every time we're on the air. Cash game content across Austin, Dallas, and Houston. Tournament content as well. Every Saturday, the final table from Dallas, and sometimes additional tournament content when we got a little something special going on. We also have another channel, Texas Card House, that sometimes streams a secondary table. Subscribe to that if you want
Trip
even more
aces.
TCH. That's a lot of aces for Chris. James going to continue with his jacks. Chris going to call. Give James every chance to keep firing with something that he can actually beat.
Do you put a lot of stake into bet pacing? I
Depends on
just
the opponent.
noticed that
This is just a table that plays quicker, I
the,
feel like.
the speed of the call, yeah, sometimes can be telling. Even
Yeah.
if it's just 5, 6, 7 seconds.
Yeah, these guys just don't tank a lot. I think
Yeah.
James decided to fire that flop because it's an ace-high flop and he's the raiser.
Right.
And when he gets resistance, shut down, especially when it's another over on the turn. And now Chris makes the bet, and
Why do I feel like you had just like 3,
we could
4,
consider bluff catching, but this is not a board that seems like it has a lot of bluffs. So it looks like he'll
He's
just let him
laughing
go.
because it's, yeah, but good fold by James.
No right way to play that hand, as some people say.
No right way.
Getting away with murder
Doesn't matter what I do.
over and over.
I'd still take jacks over ace queen, though.
Likewise. I had to think about it for a moment, but yes. Jacks over ace queen.
They both hosed me so many times. I'd still have to pick jacks.
Snowman from Magic.
Looks like he'll get 2 takers. A plus and Uncle T. And we'll head to a flop here in Power Hour. And that king will give Uncle T the best hands, middle pair. Magic saying, I raised on an ace high flop, an ace king high flop at that. This is my flop.
Yeah, but I also have it, so that doesn't matter.
Uncle T says, no, this might be my flop. I call.
I think that might have that's definitely
Dud turn. Just a 5. Magic gonna go for another barrel here.
Wow.
He gets called here. If he gets called here, I think that gives him pause. But Uncle T gonna just let go of the middle pair.
Nice play by Magic.
Between 9-8 and 7-8 all.
Strongly representing the ace.
And perhaps he feels like Uncle T is a little bit more honest on the turn. Maybe happier to float on the flop, but more honest on the turn. Ace king for MH. Ace king has gotten around tonight.
Ace king, ace queen.
Ace ace.
Had a few aces.
A
Not a lot of
plus.
kings. A couple times.
A plus went small, $75. He went small. He's going to get cold by James with the 9s. I feel like the tiny raise just screams strength a little bit more. But MH going to go ahead and put in the 4-bet. A plus out of position. He's the shallowest of the stacks. I just call though if I'm him, because we're deep enough. Like he's gonna put in the 5-bet. It looks like, and now he's gonna get rid of the 9s that were drawing the 2 outs, and he might even lose ace king. We saw ace king fall to a 5-bet earlier, but not this time.
Yeah.
MH gonna go for the 6-bet, wall in, get snapped.
Bad shape. I will say this, there's a subtle thing there that happened with A+. He gave the little shrug and then
There's a gutter.
jammed.
There's a gutter. 10. Nope.
No.
And looks like they just went once. So A+ going to get the full double. That's a misscan. MH did not win that pot. Maui is counting A+'s chips, and MH going to match that. This graphic is wrong. That is not a 10 on the river. I assume the 10 was a burn card or something.
Oh, we got a 3 on the river.
Yes, that was
Yeah.
a 3.
Yeah, the one tell, though, that you can pick up on there is if somebody makes a face that looks like they don't like what they see and then they raise, that is incredible strength.
Might have been
Basically
confusion.
always.
It might have been confusion more than dislike. And to be fair, like a lot of these raises were on the small side, so there's a lot of confusion. A+ confused me when he only went to 75 over a 30. Yeah, but it's still ace king, and
Yeah, understandable on
Yeah.
both sides, really.
but you could certainly consider the flat there. given that you only need 2 streets to get it in. A-plus will
Another
just have to
pair.
do with 10s this time. They're not aces, but they'll have to manage. His 55 gets called by Uncle T. Went pretty big for a $10 straddle.
Yeah. A little bit tougher to play 10s than aces, but that's a pretty good
That's
flop for 10s.
one of the safer flops. Jack, Jack, deuce. Which will get the snap fold from Uncle T.
Wisely lets it go. I will say that one opportunity on a paired board like that I've seen is if you feel like your opponent c-bets too often, to just go ahead and raise and represent the trips, because they can't continue unless they.
Unless they got something.
But yeah, so it's a reasonable betting opportunity or bluffing opportunity, I should say, depending on the player type. Ace
This
king.
time Magic has ace king. Uncle T gonna call. It was suited.
King.
And ace king way ahead here.
Bet and take it. Apparently tomorrow is Attorney's Day. Carlos says, well, root for me tomorrow.
I don't know anything about this.
I don't either, but good luck, Carlos. If you're an attorney. Or not.
I thought today was Attorney's Day. Where do we see tomorrow's Attorney's Day? Are you people going to make me Google it?
Yes. Oh, we got
A-plus
aces
is
for
limping with
A-plus.
aces. And he gets 4 takers.
Not optimal with aces.
Jack 6 deuce. So it's going to be top pair for optimize. Make it 75 and gets raised 250.
By 9 high.
That's A+ with his aces. That's
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread the board there. Yes. That is
and optimize
aces.
just gives up.
I saw the 98 right after that.
Figure out what was going on there. It's not enough money. Not enough money to fight for it.
So there's an International Be Kind to Lawyers Day in April,
Okay.
and
We're getting to the bottom of this chat.
there's a Love Your Lawyer Day in
Love your
November.
lawyer day.
But Love Your Lawyer Day was this past Friday, actually. Love Your Attorney Day was this past Friday, yeah. Celebrating like a
All
Gen Z
week.
birthday, so it's all
Forgot.
day of the week. Okay, so apparently Carlos is on the 5-10-25 tomorrow out of Austin. That's what's
okay.
going on.
Good
You
luck,
see, they don't tell us these things. We have no idea. Like, we could have like every famous poker player in the world playing in Dallas tomorrow, and we wouldn't know.
Yeah, good luck, Carlos. I'll definitely sweat you. Should be a good game. I'm sure there will be. It's probably more of a, what would you say, a 50-100 game, honestly?
This is Texas. Everything plays bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty big.
Definitely tune in for that one. Yeah, the 51025 out of Dallas, as we do on Tuesdays on this channel.
Carlos, have you played on stream before?
Carlos with the super chat, $20. Thank you so much, Carlos.
Thanks, Carlos. Absolutely. Even more good luck tomorrow. Well,
That's a straighty, fleshy flop if I ever saw one. Too bad there's only one heart, and it's a crummy one in MH's
I
hands.
wanted to say something about a royal flush, but there's no possibility.
We
Very
have
close.
3 open-enders, and one of them is even the top end of it.
Wrong shape. Wrong shape.
MH is 20, gets no takers. 5 high with the 4 of hearts.
Wrong color.
Good job.
That was hand 100.
That was hands 100.
45-ish, 46 minutes left to go.
We got a long way to go. Told you
Yeah,
we're flying
we might
tonight.
eclipse. Is 120?
I don't know the record,
The
but
record?
we've gotten up there before. I don't know the precise number, but we've gotten up there.
Hurry up. We good to wait on?
Especially if you're shorter handed for a bit. If this is a table that just plays fast, though, there's no tanking happening.
Yeah, no tanking. It's, yeah. Folks know what to do.
And these dealers are just so good at getting the cards out.
They
Even
are.
these clumsy
Great
RFID
dealers.
cards. The RFID cards do feel different than the standard deck of cards because of the chip in there.
Thicker,
It's a little bit thicker,
bigger.
yeah. MH, 3-bet his king 10. Got called by Uncle T. Queen 9 offsuit. Probably didn't need to go this far. But he hasn't made that choice. And I see a couple of 10s out there, which is going to be great for MH. Perhaps too good for MH.
Yeah, just.
I can even
for
just
Uncle
check
T
here.
to go here.
What's calling you on this board?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to hope you get called by 8s, maybe? And
The one argument I can make for betting on a paired board flop when you flop trips is so many people auto check it because they're like, oh wow, I just flopped a big hand, I got a trap. And if you bet it, people almost think that means you don't have that. So
Like
there's
my
a little bit of gamesmanship there.
my question is, what's calling on that board? 10, 10,
Oh,
5
yeah,
rainbow.
exactly.
That's why I'm checking back. Like, what's calling me on that
Yeah.
board?
But I do
There's
always,
no
yeah.
there's no turns I'm afraid of on that board.
No, not on that one.
Like, I would love for him to turn top pair. That's what I'd love.
Yeah.
I'm getting 2 streets out of him if he turns top pair.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of tough. Sometimes you got to figure out when to try to let people catch up.
Lots of checking and nobody catching up here. Ace 8 high, still the best hands. Somehow nobody has a pair. This game is broken.
We apologize. The game is broken. Ace high is good.
It's actually going to
Chris.
chop. It's going to chop
Yeah.
here because the kickers don't play here. Pair of 3s with ace jack 9.
Oh, and you hear the adulation. They're excited.
About the chop or something that happens in football.
Oh, possibly.
You
Yes.
never know about what's going around here. I think they're more excited for football than a chop. Just a guess. I might be wrong
Most
on that.
likely.
Yeah, it seemed like someone
Let's see.
Lots of winners tonight at the expense of a few players who have been on the wrong ends of some coolers, some ill-timed bluffs perhaps.
The way you play better. Fold 3.
But we still got time.
I don't know.
I don't make any money when I
Like
fold.
somebody might be down 2K, but I
One
mean,
hand.
there's a lot of people who can double them for 2K.
It's kind of the beauty of playing cash. If you can top off like you can here,
Yeah, I am.
it might only take one hand to get back to you.
I'll let it slide.
Yeah,
Even
one
or
double
better.
up.
This is one time. Okay. I don't care if I win anymore.
Chris gonna give it a try here. Heads up with Magic. Open enter for Chris. Have the best hands anyway.
Enjoy my $10.
And he's gonna take some money from Magic here.
Another diamond there would have been fine. No such luck.
Bomb pot. Never have too many of those around here.
No, they're great. I'm not sure what your personal opinion is, but
Love them.
I do too. People make a lot of mistakes. There's more opportunity for mistakes.
Give me split pot games. I'm all about split pot games.
What?
Let's play Batusi. How about
Yeah,
that?
I know you love that, but yeah, no, I like bomb pots. Here we go.
Queen, queen, 7, rainbow, and king, 5, 4, 2 spades. Pretty
biggest-
disjoint. Hey, that's a lot of queens for
That is
James.
a lot of queens.
That's all the queens for James. I'd say he's going to win the top. Just a guess.
So many queens.
Nut spade
Oh,
draw
wow, we
on the bottom for Magic.
Nobody.
Magic did the betting here. A plus. Jack, Jack, 10-5. I'm not sure why he's calling here. That's not a hand that needs to be in here.
You better.
James just
hope
flatting.
that
He wants to
doesn't-
keep it multi-way. He wants to print money.
That is a great feeling.
Three
Flopping
of diamonds and 9 on the bottom. So James picks up a pair of 9s. Magic makes it 75 with his king on the bottom.
Amazingly, just a pair of kings is good on the bottom.
It is. And now
Here comes the
James goes for the
raise.
check pot. This is where he tries to get Magic off of a chop because James has not very much on the bottom. He has a pair of queens on the bottom.
And Magic is not going to continue. There's virtually no way. We know that he has a chop, but
Assuming this read correctly, he just has a pair of kings, and he has a straight flush gutter, and then not spades. But it's a one-way hand, which is your real problem. You don't have scoop ability,
Yeah.
and you don't have a hammer
has to
lock
go.
on one hand, on one half, like James does, where like he just knows he's never losing the top.
nice fold, actually. A lot of folks would not be able to fold nut spades there.
One-way hands, you got to muck that all day.
Absolutely.
I mean, I was either going to make the nuts on the bottom or nothing. So.
He just said it. He's going to make the nuts on the bottom, or he's going to make nothing. And you don't want to call for half the pot, maybe.
Not very
Certainly not when it's
profitable.
heads up. Sometimes maybe it doesn't happen. Imagine it's a spade that pairs the board,
Oh, that would be awful.
just for
Yeah,
maximum
that's
troll.
the worst. Yeah.
You draw to half a pot.
I had absolutely nothing on
Some
the bottom.
trays.
I had quads.
Yeah, quads.
Yeah.
Not getting in there.
Wow. Do you ever?
No, I don't. Not from that position. If
Yeah.
I'm under the gun, I can fold threes. But if it folds to my small blind, I'm not folding threes.
Likewise. Yeah. I'm not folding really any pocket pair.
But GTO says early position, yes. Because like those actually get set over set, more often. And
Of course, we're also considering stack size and such, right?
Yeah, playing this deep,
it
theory
does depend,
says-
but yeah.
yeah, Like theory says, like there's actually a point where it gets you in trouble.
Yeah.
Like if you make your hands and they want to play a big pot, that's often not good news for you when you're playing this deep. Optimize with a gutter. His bet gonna get called by MH's top pair. So the turn we go, that is not a 5. Nor is it a spade, so MH doesn't improve. 8-6, he does have a pretty weak kicker.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for MH to continue. Just, of course, we know he's way ahead, but so many stronger aces for Optimize to have here.
225
He's going to
from
face
him.
a river bet too, or at least he probably assumes so.
And Optimize just defended a straddle. His range seeming a little bit weaker, maybe. We see he has the literal nut low here. Also consider that Optimize has been caught bluffing already tonight in a fairly big pot. Perhaps that runs through MH's mind as he makes the call here. Heads up to the river. 8 of hearts improves nobody. MH checks. We'll see if Optimize follows through.
Quick. The thing about the quick check is I think that'll induce a bluff from Optimize because that looks like, please just let me get the showdown. That's how I interpret that often.
And MH probably wants him to bluff. I think MH is
really?
not
You
planning to
think
go
he'll
anywhere.
Snap him off here?
Nothing's changed on this run out. If you were good before, you're still ahead. The club's
Agreed.
missed. You
Yeah.
don't block the clubs. The club's
But you
missed.
still don't want to call
There's
it.
gut shots that missed.
This is going to be interesting because this is a pretty good sized bet. You've only got one pair.
He goes
weak
3
kicker.
quarters. You have a bluff catcher, though. And you're not blocking bluffs, so I could see him making the call here. If he's not making the call here, he should have folded the turn.
Yeah.
Exactly. You made up your mind on the turn, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you. I understand. This is a gutsy bluff by Optimize. I think it might work, but
If it's not a club on the river, we have to hit the call button.
this is interesting.
Or if it's another Broadway
Yeah,
card,
the
we
no
can
club
fold.
is
If it's not a club, if
definitely-
it's not another Broadway, like if it's
Yeah.
not a king or a 10, then we have to call because nothing's changed from the turn.
What I do like about this is we have a hand here where there's a real decision to be made
There is.
for MH. I mean, he's going through what Optimize could be representing.
We know Optimize can bluff river.
This is a very tough call, I think, for MH. There's 2 pairs.
I mean, any of the 2 pairs had you outkicked anyway,
True,
apart from ace-4.
true.
Everything else had you outkicked.
Yeah, and if you called turn, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is.
I think he's questioning.
I was about to say I'd like to see the camera on Optimize, but I know what he does because I've played against him in this spot. He just stares at the board, so there's nothing to be
Yeah.
gained from looking at him.
And that's the trick. Just act the same way every time.
Yep.
He lets it go.
Wow.
He lets it go. Optimize got it through.
Nice bet by Optimize.
Gonna make him wait 15 minutes to see it. That is the delay for game integrity purposes. And Optimize is gonna stack some chips through some aggression. I'd love to know the thought process to where, yeah, on MH's side exactly, to where we call turn and we don't call that river. But there are plenty of people who fall into that trap to where
Yeah.
they'll call turn and then river won't change anything, but then they'll start second guessing
Still
their
figure out a
thesis.
way to fold. Well, also the bet sizing.
Like, he's going to polarize,
Your
though.
opponent.
That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
he's going to say, I got it or I don't.
I would also say that I know I've already said this, but I think if MH pauses a second before he checks the river, it doesn't look so much like he wants to show it down. Possibly.
But we know Optimize is going to fire anyway.
Oh, we got some kings here. MH might get a little cash back.
Like, Optimize was either betting or he was giving up with his hands.
Yeah. Oh, we got queens.
Kings and queens. Here we go.
No. Oh, no, for Magic, most likely.
James wants a piece of this. Jack 8 of diamonds. Going to cold call a
wrong
3-bet. We're going to go 3 ways to the flop. Magic calling with the queens, not 4-betting
For
with the queens.
entertainment, no ace, please. Here we go.
You got your wish. 9-5 deuce rainbow. MH checking the kings?
Wow.
Magic checking. What's
Checked
wrong
back.
here? Who's checking here? With those hands. James makes it $100 with Jack 8 of diamonds. Is this real life or is this just a fantasy?
I'm not sure what this is, but
There's the check raise from MH.
decides that I have kings.
And Magic's going to think, here we go. I got an overpair,
Oh, my
baby.
goodness. Yes.
100, 375. What does Magic do here? This is just so bizarre. And this is also...
MH has 1,800.
Yeah.
Magic's got him almost
Like-
doubled up, but
Like, maybe I go to 900 and I put the rest in on the turn. Magic probably thinks he's good here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
especially the way this played.
Magic choosing to flat again. He didn't 4-bet the queens. He's not applying any sort of aggression here. Wants to see what James does, perhaps.
I think James knows now that he put his hand in the cookie jar. Oh, he's looking at stack sizes.
Jack 8 of
He
diamonds.
makes a
Get
move
out!
here. This would be... Oh, okay.
Yeah, he folds. Of
Yeah,
course
yeah.
he's going to fold.
Yeah.
So the turn we go. Heads up. Kings versus queens. There's
Oh,
the queen!
my
Magic's going to get there!
gosh.
The 2-outer.
Absolutely brutal for MH. No way he could know.
MH going to check his kings again. And no part of this action says that Magic has queens right now. Maybe 9s, but not queens.
This is all getting in here, right?
I'd be dumbfounded if it didn't get in on a queen river. By queen, I mean not an ace. 500 for Magic. Does MH go for the check jam
Such
here?
a brutal turn.
MH
Two
check raise
outs.
flop. He check raised flop. Is he going to go for the double check raise here? He is not. He's going to call. He's going to leave himself a little over half pot behind as we go heads up to the river. 1,300 left, 22.35 in the middle. The river is a 3 of hearts.
Blank. It's going in.
I think this will be all she wrote for MH's stack. He's going to check. He's probably going to check call off.
See
Unless
if Magic goes for small. I think
it's half
he's
pot.
gonna jam. He knows.
He's all in.
He knows he can. get
MH
called
hasn't
here.
snapped. He hasn't snapped.
but the stack size to the pot.
If he put me in either of these seats, we're on to the next hands already. I'm surprised it's gotten this
It's got
far.
an overpair. There's no likely straights. 0 flushes.
Like you're losing to a set. That's all you're
You're
losing
just
to.
losing to a set.
Or bizarrely played aces.
I just can't imagine him being able to fold this. Unfortunately for him.
Just a couple hands ago, he got bluffed off, and now he's going to get not bluffed.
To his credit, he's struggling with the decision. He knows that.
This feels like a
chance.
stack funeral. This doesn't
Yeah,
feel
I
like a
think
card
it
funeral. It
does.
feels like a stack funeral.
Wow, it's so hard to fold this. Is he gonna
Takes
let
a
it go?
look. No way.
There's no way. He knows it's a funeral, though. Maybe he's worried about nines.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in folding
Looking at it
position.
again.
He
No
lets it
way,
go!
he folded.
Wow. What a fold by MH. Amazing. How he saved that last
That last
$1,300 or so
$1,300. So he's
dollars.
going to get
of
shown.
stack. Magic being a gentleman here. Friendly player. Shows the set of queens.
I like that turn.
Wow.
MH is batting 500 here in those spots.
That is incredible.
I'm really surprised turn wasn't. How did we not get it in on the turn? I don't understand.
Yeah. No, that was. What a hand.
You check raise flop and then you check call turn. I think that is a reload from MH, that orange 1K chip, the pumpkin.
I don't like that they're just barely.
I did see one even turn. I was just
Great
looking
fold.
at the $1,000 chip.
Sometimes you're just right. I think GTO would say call there, right? Most
Yeah.
likely.
Well, GTO says that we're all in before the river, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
I'm far from an expert,
Yeah.
but if you somehow get off the beaten path and you get to that spot, I mean, probably call.
This would be the game.
Like if you think Magic is somebody who's going to be bluffing
This would be the game where they
ever, or if he's going to have ace queen somehow.
Goodness. What a turn card.
That's a lot of sevens. Chris is going to make the bet here. Uncle T, did his hand scan right? He has 8-5. I have doubts.
I share those doubts.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. 35, the bet from Chris
I hate that.
with an ace and
Maybe
Uncle
so.
T folds.
But I doubt that. Yeah.
I'd be surprised.
So I was like going through my closet, and in one of my hoodies, I had 3 $25 Lodge chips, old ones. What are the odds they'll honor it?
One.
No chance.
No chance. I think it's like no chance. Yeah, it was like February.
You could probably sell them for more than that, though.
You think they're
She's still
collectible?
losing 17-6
I could
At
probably
this point, save them.
fourth quarter.
I'm just thinking when they switched to these chips, I really hated them.
Is it time to play for some points?
We could do it one more time.
I do owe you at this point. I would like to rectify at least half of that.
All right. Well, you're going to get your chance right now. Go first if you so desire.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's like
In chat,
4% chance they honor it.
please root for
Tip them to the dealer.
myself
Oh man, I feel like they'll take
or
it to the
William.
dealer.
That's fine.
It's actually a pretty good idea.
Give us a like. We'll see who wins.
Optimize has ace king.
Bring in some other currency and start just.
Lots of big aces for Optimize,
They're like, oh,
but
thank you so much, and they're gonna find
not
out later. it wasn't about-
connecting much.
Dirty.
Queen 10 deuce is going to be the gut shot for ace king. Top pair for Chris. And you're going to win that one, Kyle.
And somehow we both had terrible rolls, but
I mean, 88's bigger than 9. It's a lot bigger than 9.
well, oh, I'm sorry. I saw the 120. Yeah. Much bigger. Good game, Kyle. Thanks, Rena.
James continuing with his pocket sevens. 4 ways, probably not necessary. But he does choose to do that. Optimize is going to float. He does have at least 4 outs to make the nuts. He probably has 10 outs that are going to be good. So he makes the call. Chris folds top pair. Magic somehow in there with 9-5 of hearts. Another thing I don't understand, but what I do understand is that Optimize has just turned the nuts.
Boom.
It's showing Optimize and Magic. And an ace on the end puts forward with straight. I don't know what's happening except Optimize has the nuts. Magic made it 100. Optimize called. Okay, so it was heads up, actually.
Yeah, whoever had aces and ace 4 suited.
Optimize
Quick
bets
fold,
the nuts.
Yeah.
Snap fold.
Looks like 9-5 may have been correct there.
Maybe.
I don't know who it was. I don't think it got the shot.
Optimize
It was like a
shipping back away. He had a early deficit due to a bad run out for him.
Another Bob pot. Uncle T sitting out yet another bomb pot.
No, you got a lot of chips there. Be you. You're the lucky.
Ace Jack 2's 2 clubs. King King 6 rainbow. King's full of 6s for A+. Everyone checking.
Kings with a friend.
Clubs get there on top. Queen on the bottom. A+ turns the king high club draw. And still has the boat on the bottom, and this probably clears it out. So a bit of a quiet one. We have seen some pretty big scoops. You get the right hands to line up, or you get a player who's a little bit stubborn. Not quite this time, though. Back to Hold'em.
I love this game. The thing about bomb pots, always want a river. You want a river than not nut. You don't want to flop it, you know? Oh, no, the other guy thought he had the nut flop.
Every now and then, like out on the main floor, you do get a bomb pot only game. Like they'll spread anything if you get enough people.
Happy day.
Like there'll be a table of just bomb pots sometimes.
That gets wild. I've definitely
does.
seen some insane stacks for the blind level. Or ante, I guess I should say, for all bomb pots. But
All $7. It's $7, sir. It's free.
it is fun to play, though.
Yeah, they're great.
Takes a little bit of getting used to for folks that have mostly only played No Limit Hold'em. The hand values go down depending on how you look at it. So a straight or a set maybe is not as highly valued as it would be in a regular No Limit Hold'em hand. But
Yeah. And anytime you're playing multi-way, you're going to want to be closer to the nuts.
absolutely, yeah. And also, I think, and we talked about it a little bit, it hasn't necessarily happened here, but in certain situations, having the ability to, or knowing when it's time to go ahead and pot it to try to get your opponent to fold so that you can, instead of chopping, scoop.
Yeah.
That's a big factor.
It's the beauty of split pot games. Yeah, I do love some of that Texas freedom, Jeffrey. Nobody's going to quibble about what random stud variant you're spreading or anything like that. Magic with the suited ace. Makes it 40.
Oh, wow.
20 was on his hand.
Probably yelling at us to bluff more.
10-9 deuce. Open enter for Chris.
5 check. 7 bet.
50 for Magic.
9 calls.
Hell yeah.
I was very close to calling.
I could tell. You tanked forever.
Turn pairs the deuce.
I think I need you to bluff like Queen X here for me. I was supposed to call. And I was like, I don't think he was bluffing the Queen.
For 7 bets, 125.
It's like Magic's trying to represent the 10.
I was like, how many King 10 off does he 3-bet?
I guess Chris just trying to decide if he's going to bluff or peel one more to see if he can hit it straight. Yeah, he's gonna.
Let's go for
He's
the
gonna
straight, or
semi-bluff.
let's raise
That's
it.
a nice play,
Let's raise it.
Yeah, I'm saying like, if you 3-bet lock,
and he
King 10
wins.
off, then
Magic can be messing around.
Nice play by Chris, though. A lot of folks will just cross their fingers and pray to hit their open ender and
If I'm
be
getting the,
disappointed when they don't.
if I'm getting the right odds, I'll do that.
Yeah, in certain spots for sure.
Especially in position when you know you can bet when you get there.
Just single run. Single, yeah. You freaking guttered me. I would have guttered you on the turn.
So practice. That's a fun practice too.
Optimize, getting a little frisky with the 7-4 suited.
It's the end of the show.
Yeah, he's in position. He knows what he's doing.
And he's stuck.
He'll know. Oh, and he runs into ace king.
Of course he does.
You can see the annoyance on his face. He's gonna go ahead and C1 in position.
Oh, my. Are the wheels coming off, perhaps? Heads up, we go.
I think he's relinquished.
4 in the
fact
window and close.
Oh, and here we go.
Oh,
See,
my God.
He knows that he had to have a flop like that.
MH gonna just check. Probably not what Optimize was hoping for.
Looks at his chips. Bet incoming. Probably just gonna win.
150 and MH just has
well,
2 overs.
stack sizes. MH. Yeah, he's gonna see one more.
Not even a club. He will peel. Optimize already ahead with a pair of 4s.
$700 pot with not a whole lot yet.
Turn pairs the 6. MH picks up a few more outs here. Optimize might find himself 3-paired once again. He's got to bet before that happens.
Gets a quick check from MH. This is gonna win it.
Unless he says, I beat a club draw. Which he does beat a club
It's
draw.
a tough spot. He does beat that, but the board is
But
paired.
then we're going to get to the river, and Optimize is going to bet again. We're going to have to say we beat a club draw. Can we say that this time? So I would agree that
True.
he's probably going to fold. And I think fold is probably the right decision if you're not going to call river.
He does not in folding
He
formation.
might do something even spicier than that. He's going to
Wow.
check raise with the ace-king.
Oh, this is pretty amazing because now Optimize is in a real spot because he still has the club draw. Even though we know he's way ahead, he just with a pair of 4s.
Here's the good news. If it's a better club draw, he beats the better club draws because the better club draws can't have a pair.
That is true.
So it's either a better made hand and your clubs are live, or it's a better club draw and your pair is ahead.
He's
so
not going
Optimize
anywhere.
can call here. And he will call here.
Wow. This will be
So the river we
interesting.
go. Almost 2,400 in the middle. Another 1,700 could
A pair
still
of fours is
potentially
the
go
best
in.
hand.
Who would have thought that 7-4 would be one of the hands in a $2,400 pot here in 2-5?
That is likely
So
to
the
grow.
river. 3 of hearts. The pair of fours is going to hold. We'll see if he makes it to showdown. Does MH follow through with the shove?
MH has to know his only option is shove or check fold.
And give up, yeah.
Yeah, there's only shove or give up.
He hasn't acted too hastily.
He's made some good decisions previously. He's
He's
going to do
going
it.
for it. He's going for it.
He's going to do it.
He's all in.
Oh my goodness. This would be the sickest call.
Same position for Optimize.
He can't feel like that's good.
And MH is
You
saying.
can see the surrender. Oh, he's grabbing chips.
He's thinking about it.
Doing a little inventory. He blocks a club draw though that
Yeah.
MH could have missed.
Like
so.
pretty raggedy clubs. Like he's
Yeah.
not blocking the. He's not blocking any clubs that MH was 3-betting pre-flop. I'll put it that way.
I mean, he can't beat 10 jack suited. That's kind of what's tough about this.
Yeah.
Unless he just puts him on a
Is
stone
Jack
cold
10
bluff.
suited check raising the turn?
Yeah, he's gonna let it go.
I think he's going to let it go. MH might get a little bit of revenge for that bluff, and he will get some revenge
Wow,
for that bluff that Optimize ran a little bit earlier.
2 pair.
what a move!
Quote, I had 2 pair. Yes, 6s
Yeah.
and 4s.
What a move by MH. Nice hand.
I'll ask the same question that I would ask of MH earlier. Why are we calling the turn if we're not going to call off river? When nothing changes on the river.
True.
Probably just flop.
Are we
Yeah.
hoping to hit the club? Because here's another question. We hit the club, and MH bombs it. We're sitting there with 7 high clubs on a paired board. How great do we feel about that?
Yeah,
He's not gonna.
I think sometimes people are praying that their opponent gives up. You know, so if MH checks the river there, he just takes showdown and wins. But
Yeah, I don't think
it's
MH
very
is the
hard
give-up
to.
type.
Yeah, no, no, he's not.
Like, he and Optimize both playing pretty hard tonight.
Yeah, that was a great hand.
What a gunner? Him?
Yeah, definitely. Where's this definitely coming from? He's just mad about
James going to punish the limpers with his King 10. Makes it 60.
to get you back. How emotional do you think I am?
Oh, Uncle T comes along.
So he's like a blood.
Say it's a nearly last hand of the night call.
5-3 deuce just in time for A+ to fold the 5-3. No one has anything. Check, 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 check. Another 5, and King High will win if it gets the showdown. Nobody wants to bet, so James is going to win by default.
Yeah, those spots like that,
Yeah.
tough to bet into it because the money is too small. If your opponent hit a 5 on the river, you get snapped, and you you feel like you just flushed $100.
Like, you know, Queen High, I could go like
Yeah.
a little half pot bet.
I know. I was immediately scared.
Try and
Yeah.
get him off of King High. I'm not thinking so much about how much is in the pot in a cash game situation. I'm thinking about my odds and how often he's going to defend. If I'm in a tournament and the chips that I lose are more detrimental than the chips that I gain are beneficial, then maybe I'm a little bit snugger there.
No, definitely.
Yeah, in cash
What
games,
is
I
this
tend not to
definitely
bluff
coming from?
small and tiny pots on the river
I don't
because
even remember the pre-flop action.
Super strong.
you just don't. There's not enough money at stake to get your opponent to fold anything. But
I think there's
especially
Well,
if
it's
you
because you got bluffed earlier by
bricked out yourself.
Yeah.
Like,
you're stuck. you
Pair of
know,
fives for Magic. How often do you get called by a king high though?
Your stack?
Yeah, it's
No,
just-
no,
Yes,
well,
that's-
no, not
That's
that.
what I'm saying. Like,
Yes,
if I have
sir.
queen high, like
Yeah.
I can target king high.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna find out about it.
I can target ace high.
I had 2 pairs.
Like a bad ace high.
Yeah. I've just had so many times where, say, the river, I have ace high, the river comes out with a 5. I bet, because everybody looks weak, and somebody does an all shucks call with like king 5 or something.
I'm much more inclined to do this heads
Yeah.
up than multi-way for that reason.
not that tough.
Multi-way pots, generally somebody has something.
Yeah.
Magic here has a pair of 5s, which will win.
By the way, I have to know why he calls himself Magic.
I don't
That's
know
a very
that.
interesting
Was it $20 straddle or anything?
alias.
That's Magic with a K.
Yeah, it's very mysterious.
I hope the scanner got my hand wrong.
Checks.
I know why Optimize calls himself Optimize, and it's not about
Turn,
poker.
he checks again. I bet again. He min clicks. I call.
A plus
It is kind of a bluff.
probably derives some things.
It's kind of like a nonsense.
It's a very nutted or bluffy line.
Do you, when you play on stream, do you use an alias?
No, I don't.
You go William, you go Lati?
One or the other. Depends on what production types in, honestly.
No, I mean, you'd raise because you're like, I want him to call with a BS flush draw and
Or a
then get
six.
jam river when I have one because he already
MH.
has a house at that point.
Yeah.
Punishing the limpers with the king queen.
So that's
You may hit a, that's true if you hit a flush, or if you just have a
A
6.
plus has a suited ace this time. He'll call, and Uncle T's going to say, why not, with 6-3. It's suited,
hey, it's a perfect line for jacks. But I mean, that's
and he has just a terrible gut shot.
calling with the freaking
MH with a better gut shot.
darn sure, bro.
Ace high still ahead for A+.
Pretty sure.
We all check to the turn we go.
I don't know. Maybe that was one of those.
Deuce of hearts, just the turn everybody wanted.
Sometimes when you're stuck late at night, you just gotta.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Check, check, check.
It's like not even
3 on the ends. Uncle T going to get there with a pair of 3s.
Wow.
Where is this coming from?
Good fold.
It's not late
Is he going to go for value
gonna-
here?
he's
He's going to
gonna-
go for value.
He's going to bluff with the best hand.
If it was 11, you would've called.
After it checks that many times, we can call this a value
Yeah.
bet. Trying to get heroed by ace high, maybe.
No, because you want him on a flush draw, though, right?
Uncle T takes it.
That was part of my reasoning. But I mean, there was.
As we head for hand number 116, just a few hands left
I had
tonight.
a dog crap one.
Be sure and join us tomorrow from Dallas for the 5-10-25, the big game.
It had all the good ones.
One of our players dropped by the chat tonight, was even kind enough to super chat us.
Absolutely.
And
It was like 2 points.
everyone working on the show does appreciate those. And
I think you bet.
shoot for Carlos tomorrow.
It's like 2 points.
Not substantial.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch. Got to see how Carlos does. That'll be a fun game. It's going to play big.
Yeah.
Is that a raise?
If I'm watching, I'm probably watching from here, enjoying some Gratitude Tuesday, 50% off my club access fee.
For
Here at
sure, I'll
TCH Austin.
actually be playing here tomorrow
Yeah, if I
as
can,
well.
if I can get over here, I'll probably get over here tomorrow.
You know, you wind up, you got a hand that beats all his bluffs, but what bluffs?
885, ace high, still good for Chris. Ace high still good for Chris on this 3 of hearts turn. Check, check again. Another 3, a double paired board, and the ace will do it. Nobody wants to play here, so that goes to Chris. Now we're going to push him the pot. And we'll get on to what is the final Hold'em hands of the night. We'll have this Hold'em hands, and then we'll have a bomb pot, and then we'll call it an evening here. But hang with us.
Yeah.
Perhaps some still some action to come. if I can get my words out 4 hours later.
You bet turn. Yeah.
2, 5, 10. One more time.
Everyone's gonna add
vote
on
call.
like
I vote call.
5K right
Yeah,
after
the more you sit on it, the more I kind of lean that direction. It's like you've got so much in there.
I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's played. I'm probably calling.
What do you hope he has?
And
Ace king. Ace king.
graphics are slightly off here.
There, ace king, yeah.
Uncle T's the straddle. There we go.
That's like
Call
my-
and pray to God he folds over. Or
That's
flips
like
over
when I
ace king.
play against Q.
What?
Mage makes it
Trying
30
to,
magic
like,
calls.
Okay, what bluffs does he have here?
Uncle
He
T
doesn't
gonna
have
be in
any-
there
he
as
has
well.
infinite,
King 9
though.
of clubs.
He's got, like, he has
Three
more-
ways we go.
more combos of
Oh, you
bluffs
got
up
like
there,
all the
or
5-3
combos
off and
that are in the
5-4
deck,
off, so
yeah.
like
An ace and 2 clubs. There's a fun flop.
No, Q.
Nut,
Oh, cute.
club draw, and a pair of nines for Uncle T. Top pair for MH.
Everybody with something.
Uncle T leading for $40. MH calling, of course.
Yeah.
Magic getting out of there with King Queen. No pair, no draw.
It's like letting someone swap my hand, and I like
8 on the turn.
board, and I,
No
like,
help for anyone.
barreled into it. Like I think he check raised flop and then just like
Uncle T
barreled
gonna go the check call route.
turn or river, and I just like
125 from MH. Uncle T needing a King 9
runs
or
out
club.
3, 4.
Gets none of the above.
It's not calm.
Some complete BS, and I'm like, okay,
He rolls over queen 6 offsuit, hits 2 better balls.
yeah.
Check, check, and MH gonna take that one.
vampire, yo. Let's go random now.
10 o'clock Central Time. Time for one last bomb pot.
Let's do it. Almost made it to 120.
Almost. We did have a couple of big spots that last hour where
Yeah, it took a little bit
MH and
longer.
Optimize decided to bluff each other.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thanks. That's what,
Yeah,
that's
what
what
was
my
the
one
first-
friend is not
What was the first meal that you had that was coming back from?
I had sashimi. Salmon sashimi.
That's a good way to.
It's a lightweight.
Yeah. Felt really good after eating that. Best I felt in a long time eating it.
But they say like if you go with long time without meat,
Ace
like,
6 4 2 diamonds and
Yeah.
Ace 7 deuce 2 clubs.
Unless you don't.
And I see a 4 for A plus and baby clubs for Uncle T.
Set of 6s for James. Middle set, top board.
Top and bottom for MH. Magic making it 25, 7, 6, 5, 3. So a lot of pair plus straight draw stuff on both sides for him. Optimize called. Queen 10, 9, 8. Wrap on the bottom. A plus called. So the turns we go. Still like 5 ways. Clubs get there on the bottom. Jack on the top. And Uncle T with the 4 high clubs actually has the best clubs. Go figure. Everyone checks.
I know, right?
Tough to trust 4 high clubs, though.
Queen of hearts.
And
8
the
of
board
it's going
pairs.
to pair the board.
Yeah.
And Optimize with 8s full of 9s is going to take the bottom. The top is going to go to James, it appears, with the set of 6s.
Still a scary board just for a set of 6s.
I don't think you're going to see a lot of action on this run.
Yeah, I think-
Magic has the bottom end of the straight on one board.
This looks like a check through for the most part.
Maybe Optimized bets with his 8s full of 9s. He does have second boat.
That's probably going to work.
I feel pretty good. Goes full pot. Not an ideal situation for a set of 6s. He also does have trips on the bottom. So he might talk himself into thinking I can win half. And he will
Yeah.
win half.
He also has magic behind him,
He does.
which I'm sure he doesn't prefer. I'm sure if he closed the action, he would just call.
The nice
but-
thing, not that blockers mean a lot. He is blocking a lot of the premium stuff. He has a Broadway blocker. He has a boat blocker with his 8.
Be a heck of a call if he makes it. This is not a fun spot in a bomb pot.
Definitely not. He makes the call.
He does call.
He's still.
Yeah.
Magic will find the exit.
And they chop.
And James and Optimize is going to chop up the final pot of the evening. And so now he'll chop it up, and we'll presumably have the stats come through in just a moment. What a game tonight,
What an awesome game. Yeah, we had some really interesting spots.
especially that last hour. Power hour delivered.
Absolutely. That was fun.
Yeah. All right, now we start to see the stats. The race first in, aggression. There was plenty of that tonight.
It was an air ball.
A lot of aggression.
Was it really?
So many
Yes,
check
a
raises.
nasty air
In
ball.
Power Hour, a
Freaking
few
no equity
kind of
ever.
cooler type situations.
Yeah.
As you
The
said,
pips.
MH and Optimize decided to bluff each other.
They sure did.
That ace four,
Pre-flop
bluff
raise.
is a good call.
Yeah, there were a lot of players playing a lot of hands tonight.
Definitely didn't have
And one last look at the winners and losers. Optimize, not such a great night. Magic, James, A+, Uncle T, MH all having pretty good nights. So that'll be it. Be sure and join us tomorrow, 5/10/25. On behalf of the dealers, Jeremy and Maui, producers, Mel, Kristen, David, my partner Kyle Frisbee. I'm William Lottie, the New York Net, wishing you